The Face to Facebook livecast will begin in a few moments. Sit tight. Tonight on the Face to Facebook livecast, we talk with Roger Hewitt, Brittany Peterson, Rob Timmick, and Dave Finns. Stay tuned. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin in a few moments. Sit tight. Tonight on the Face to Facebook livecast, we talk with Roger Hewitt, Brittany Peterson, Rob Timmick, and Dave Finns. Stay tuned. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin in a few moments. Sit tight. Well, good day. Or shall I say, good Scholastic Sunday. That's what we're calling today's program. Today's show goes out to all those people that are on the front lines who are, front lines virtually, I guess we could say. The people that are providing an education for our children at home and making sure that we don't lose sight of the goal of learning during this time. So cheers to you guys. Scholastic Sunday is all about you guys. Oh, this tea is very good. All right. On the program tonight, we got some fantastic guests, and we have some updated stats that we've got down there, and all that good stuff. And we have a very special announcement that's going to happen. I'm just not sure exactly when it's going to happen. I want to make sure that they're tuned in for it so they don't miss it. All right. They let me know they're ready. I'm letting them know I'm ready. I'm ready. We haven't done this before, so we'll see how it works out. Yeah, we got some interesting guests. We're actually going to talk to the musical director of Cirque du Soleil, who let me know that it's not Cirque du Soleil, it's Cirque du Soleil, which you French francophones would probably have been quick to correct me on at any rate. We've got a full plate full of stuff here. We've got some more new music that was sent over in videos from Kevin Gagnon and the 519 Band. Some blues that you're going to appreciate, I think. So, I guess I'm just waiting for a signal that we're good to go with the plan. You let me know when the plan is good to go. And then we'll do the plan. That seems like it's going to be the right key too. I'm feeling good about that key for this special thing we're going to do. That's right, Phil. So for those of you who may be checking out other live streams, I tuned into a buddy of mine, Darren Curtis, who was on the program a couple of days ago, and he was doing a live drum along thing where he was loading up some YouTube stuff and then drumming along live to it, and some super awesome, complicated, amazing things like fusion jazz and stuff like that. Anyway, so I asked him if he could demonstrate a 5-stroke roll for me, and then he launched into paradiddle. He's like, most people don't even know what a paradiddle is, so I felt like I had to share the shirt. I actually, not only do I know what a paradiddle is, I can't say it, but I can play it, and I can certainly wear the shirt. All right, well, I think we're good here, so let's just do it. We have a very special young viewer who's watching, who is now not so young anymore. Joshua had his 5th birthday today, and I guess there were a bunch of people that drove by his house and honked and all that kind of stuff, and I couldn't do that being all the way here in Windsor, but the very least that I can do is to say very happy birthday, Josh, and let's do this, or Joshua if you prefer. Here we go. Let's do this here. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Joshua. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Joshua. Happy birthday to you. I hope that was cool. Nice. There you go. And that's just part of spreading the benevolence onto you guys, right? That's what it's all about. It's about making people happy, making them feel like they are all good. So cool. So cool. All right. Well, now the only problem with this is, so I got a little hung up on this other project that I'm working on, and I didn't get out here in time to get everything set up properly, which I need to remind myself to make hard stops for things so that I don't run out of other time for other things. So, yeah, anyway. Now I don't know what song I'm going to play right now and all this kind of stuff. So anytime you guys want to start shouting out some requests in the comments, that would be awesome because it would help me out because my brain, I feel like, is in 5 different directions right now. You know how that works? Like sometimes you're working you're working in depth on something, and so that's all you're focused on. And then you look at the clock and go, oh my goodness, I need to skedaddle and do this other thing. But for me, it takes me a little while for my brain to flip over to that. But anyway, all right, let's do this. We'll do this one. It's the first one that came up in the list because I'm going alphabetically. I don't know that we've done this on the good stream. I know we did it on the poopy stream, but I don't know about the good stream, so let's try it. Jocelyn. That part's going to come in a second. My guitar's broken. My guitar's broken. I lost the little knob that controls the volume. So sad. Long time ago, I can still remember how that music used to make me smile. And I knew if I had my chance, I could make those people dance, and maybe they'd be happy for a while. But February made me shiver with every paper I delivered. Bad news on the doorstep, I couldn't take one more step. I can't remember if I cried when I read about his widowed bride, but something touched me deep inside the day the music died. So bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee. The levee was dry. Good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, "This'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die." Did you write the book of love? Do you have faith in God above?
Now for 10 years we've been on our own, and moss grows fat on a rolling stone, but that's not how it used to be. When the jester sang for the king and queen in a coat he borrowed from James Dean, in a voice that came from you and me. Oh, when while the king was looking down, the jester stole his thorny crown. The courtroom was adjourned, verdict was returned, and while Landon read a book on Marx, the quartet practiced in the park, and we sang dirges in the dark. On the day the music died, we were singing, my, this here Anakin jive. Maybe Vader someday later, now he's just a small fry. He left his mom, kissed his mommy goodbye, singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Well, now helter skelter in a summer swelter, the birds flew up to the fallout shelter, 8 miles high and falling fast. Landing foul on the grass, the players tried for a forward pass, the jester on the sidelines in a cast. Now that halftime air was sweet perfume, while sergeants played a marching tune. We all got up to dance, but we never got the chance, 'cause the players tried to take the field. The marching band refused to yield, and do you recall what was revealed the day the music died? We started singing, bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee was dry. Good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. And there were we all in one place, a generation lost in space. No time left to start again. So come on, Jack, be nimble, Jack, be quick. Jack Flash sat on a candlestick, 'cause fire is the devil's only friend. Oh, and as I watched him on the stage, my hands were clenched in fists of rage. No angel born in hell break that Satan spell. And as the flames climbed high into the night to light the sacrificial bride, I saw Satan laughing with delight the day the music died. He was singing, bye, bye, American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee was dry. Good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. I met a girl who sang the blues. I asked her for some happy news, but she just smiled and turned away. I went down to the sacred store where I'd heard the music years before. The man there said the music wouldn't play, but in the streets the children screamed, the lovers cried and the poets dreamed, but not a word was spoken. The church bells all were broken, and the 3 men I admire most, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, well, they caught the last train for the coast. The day the music died. were singing, bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee was dry. Good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. They were singing, bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee was dry. Good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this will be the day that I die.
With the Finata at the end. That Finata that we do love so much. All right, well. Life's been good. Oh, we want to try that one again? Brandon? Wow. Let's see here. Let's look that one up. Life's been good, but I don't know. After this, you may think the broadcast has not been good. All right, let's see. We need some tea. Jake, yes, I can't hear that song without low-key singing the Weird Al parody either. I can't. I have to really be careful that I don't flip into that, actually. Oh, tea is so good. All right, let's see here. We'll try it. I'm trying to figure out if we should do a beat to it. I don't think we should. I think we're just going to try singing it and see what happens.
parties, sometimes until 4. It's hard to leave when you can't find the door. It's tough to handle this fortune and fate. Everybody's so different, but I haven't changed. They say I'm lazy, but it takes all my time. Everybody says, oh yeah, I'll keep going, though I'll never know why life's been good to me so far.
I don't actually know those guitar things in there. Is it like a... There's something in there like that. I don't know. I don't know it. I don't know the song well enough to do it that way, I guess. That's what you get, I guess, is that's what you get. All right. Well, Corey McCrinnell wanted some Harry Chapin. I was going to say Harry McCrinnell wanted some Corey Chapin, but that doesn't make any sense. Let's do some Harry Chapin, and that'll get us close to our first guest. 30,000 pounds of bananas. All right, this one we could do a beat to as well. We'll do a little funky beat to it. Feel like I want to put that in there. Oh, Melanie says House of the Rising Sun. Yeah, sorry, I missed that in the scroll of chats. I hope you're still listening. We can totally do that.
Come fresh from the street, kinda fast on my feet, kinda lean and lazy. Now my meat on my bones and a whole lot alone, and more than a little bit crazy. The old 6 string was all I had to keep my belly still. And for each full hour lesson I gave, I got a crisp $10 bill. Well, she was married for 7 years to a concrete castle king. She said she wanted to learn how to play the guitar and to hear her children sing. I'd show up about once a week in my faded tight-legged jeans, with a backlog full of hobo stories and dilapidated dreams. She said, I want to learn a love song full of happy things. She said, I want to learn a love song, won't you let me hear you sing? She said, I want to learn a love song, I want to hear you play. She said, I want to learn a love song now before you go away. So I tried to teach her a couple of chords and an easy melody. sang so soft in the living room, too scared to make much noise. I came one week and the den was dark. She met me at the door, and we sat on the couch and we sang and we talked until I could not sing no more. The silence kept on building and her eyes grew much too wide. I could hear both of our heartbeats, but there was no place left to hide. She said, I wanna learn a love song full of happy things. She said, I wanna learn a love song, won't you let me hear you sing? She said, I wanna learn a love song, I wanna hear you play. She said, I wanna learn a love song now before you go away. Well, I guess you know what happened. God, I've never been so clean. Yes, I feel like I'm working in a Hollywood movie or living out a good bad dream. And all them pin-up girls in that tinsel world never touched me like she can. It took another man's life and the real world life to make this boy a man. She said, I wanna learn a love song full of happy things. She said, I wanna learn a love song, won't you let me hear you sing? She said, I wanna learn a love song, I wanna hear you play. She said, I wanna learn a love song now before you go away. I guess you know I stay.
Oh, I love that we are playing for a musically literate audience where you can pull out some Harry Chapin and nobody freaks out. It's good. Melanie, if you're still listening, let me know and we'll do House of the Rising Sun for sure. Right after we talk to our first guest, I'm super excited to talk to this guy, this gentleman, proper English gentleman. His name is Roger Hewitt, and he is the musical director for Cirque du Soleil. So I did that time. I got the francophonic audience sophoncified. Cirque du Soleil. It's like omelette du fromage. It's all coming back to me now. It's not coming back at all. All right, so let me see if I can get him on the line here. I love how sometimes the songs just work out that, you know, we're just done in time. It's great. I love it. All right, we're getting him on the horn. We did do a test call earlier today, and we had a little bit of weirdness, so I'm hoping that the weirdness is gone, and that everything will just be hunky-dory. I've got him on the line right now. I just don't have him live yet because currently he's staring at my pants, and we want to correct that. Again, not that staring at the face is any better, but it's certainly more certainly more appropriate for a broadcast. Oh, and see, here's the other thing I didn't have time to do because I was so rushed to come out. I need to make some corrections to my workflow. I didn't have time to do the titles, and that annoys me. Consider myself annoyed. But this is what happens when you're a one-man show, right? That's, yeah. People should be used to it by now. Mr. Roger Hewitt, are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Can you see me?
I can see and hear you. You are coming in loud and proud.
Oh, fabulous!
Yes, we are.
Lovely.
We are all green. If the light is green, the trap is clean, as they say.
Fantastic. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
First, the most important question.
Cirque du Soleil, right?
Yes, I have it now. Yes, the Cirque du Soleil, omelette du fromage. I've got it. Perfect. Let me start with the most important question, of course, and that is, everybody okay over there? Everybody safe and happy and healthy?
Yes, indeed. Yes. Well, we've been locked down. We were sent home from our show. We were based based in Antwerp in Belgium. We were about to open there, and they closed us down on the 13th of March. We came back, so we're sat here now for a few weeks, and that's the way it's going to stay for a while. So here we are. Yeah, but we're doing well.
Good.
Well, we're just up the road from you. We're in Leamington, so yeah, not far away from you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it's amazing, or at least amazing to me that the proximity within which I live to so many people who do so many important things. It's just amazing. You never think about somebody that's involved with Cirque du Soleil lives in Tomato Town. You never put those two things together.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah.
But let's
we've met all sorts of people. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. You kind of jumped right into it there with the touring schedule. So I kind of wanted to ask, mounting a production like Cirque has to be, there are so many moving components and so many levers and gears to pull and ropes to tie off, and you've got hospitality and transportation, logistics, grips and gaffs and all that kind of stuff. It's obviously, for me, when I have to cancel a bar gig, it's one thing, but when you have to cancel a production like that, can you walk us a little bit through, how roughly, what are the moving components like normally, and then what did this do to you guys in the middle of everything?
Yes, well, we had just come off our tour break. We do normally 10 or 11 week stints out on tour, and we just come off a tour break. And we just arrived ready to start the next leg, which is out in Belgium. We're touring Europe right now, and we were all set up, ready to go. We were about to have our tech rehearsal, and we had already had a notion that maybe things were going to go a little bit haywire at a certain point. And there were a few company meetings that led up to, okay, we're not going to go ahead with this. So we stopped right there. They flew us back within a couple of days. All our technicians had to tear everything back down again, load it onto trucks, which were then shipped off to a big storage warehouse in the Netherlands, which is where all our equipment is right now. So it was a great big logistic operation there that, I think it's still in progress actually right now as we speak.
Yeah, it's got to be one thing when you need to arrange all these things ahead of time, so you know where you're going and the obviously the large venue that you're playing in. But then, how much of a scramble was it amid everyone else trying to find storage space? For example, was that was this something that you guys were desperately trying to find something that was available because every other major production is in the same boat right now?
Yes, indeed. Honestly, I don't quite know what happened there. We were whisked off fairly swiftly. But I think the luggage space, I know that that's where our transport company is based, actually. So I think that it was probably fairly easy to arrange something over there. Cirque has sort of fingers in many pies in that direction. So it's probably the transport company over in the Netherlands, which is where they're based. So right. Yes, but for everything else, I mean, we're a massive organization. There were 102 people to fly home in our various corners of the world, so that was a big logistic nightmare for our touring services department. So yeah.
Absolutely. So,
and of course, it's tax season as well. So everybody in Montreal is trying to take care of everybody's taxes for last year, and it's a big nightmare right now.
No doubt. Tell me a little bit about your role in Cirque. From my understanding, is you're the musical director, and if I'm speaking out of turn in that, okay, good, excellent. So for those of us who are not in the musical theater circles, what does that entail when you're the musical director of a production like Cirque? What does that make you responsible for?
Most of my responsibility was taken care when we did the mounting of the show. So right now it's mainly more just in the performing side. I'm a keyboard player, just as you are. And we're an 8-piece band, but we're scattered in 4 corners around the arena. We actually surround the stage. So logistically, it's a little bit different to most shows, and we don't, as a band, we don't actually work together in the same space. We're divided. There are 2 or 3 musicians that I don't even see while we're performing because they're the other side of the curtain on the other side of the stage.
Oh,
wow. Sorry?
No, I said, wow. I mean, that seems like a
weird
I
see.
Setup,
yes, a little bit of latency. Yeah, which is, I think we're the only show that actually does that. But when the show comes down, I mean, basically, I'm directing the band. It's all done verbally. We have headsets, and we're all watching the stage, so we can anticipate what the action is going to be. The music is very flexible in that the sections move around, so we can stop, we can remain on a vamp for a little while and then move ahead, and so everything is cued all the way through. to keep everything tight with the acts on stage. And that's the fun part. That's the interesting part.
Yeah, I imagine it must be very much like scoring a movie where you have the screen playing in front of you and you have to make sure that your direction of the orchestra or
Yes.
whatever must match what is happening on screen. But how
Yeah,
much of
that's
it,
a very good analogy. Yeah. Yeah.
how much of that is difficult? I can't imagine, when I play with my band, we're all within certainly low talking distance of each other, and there's a certain reaction I can expect from them and they can expect from me because we're in such close proximity. But does it make it a little bit more difficult when your musicians are spread out across the stage that you have to rely on those
Yes, it
verbal
does.
cues?
Yeah, yeah. Fortunately, now we've had the same musicians with us for well since we started the this part of the tour in Arena, which is a couple of years now. So everybody knows that nobody's reading music. Everybody knows the show very well, and we get to know where the pitfalls are likely to be, where certain things could happen, and everybody's on the lookout. So yeah, it makes my job a lot easier when everybody knows the show and
Oh,
keep their eyes on the action. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned that there are opportunities, and there are obviously with any live performance where things can either go slightly under or slightly over. Clearly, in my case, I'm a big fan of going over. But how does that then, if you need to, like you said, you need to vamp on a certain section to allow maybe the actors more time to do the things that they need to do? How do you call that out? What does that look like? Because for me on stage, it would just be like one of these things. We're just going to keep going for a bit. But for you, what do you just call out? Let's vamp that section for another 5 bars.
Uh, Literally just that, yeah. Just verbally, it's like okay, stay there. If we're on an F minor chord, it's like okay, stay there, just hold it for a bit, and then I just count the next section. They would know where to go. Or if we're extremely stuck, which does happen, there's something major that happens, but I know it's not a showstopper. Then we can really go to town and sort of start calling out random chords that fit well and try to make a really smooth musical transition. And that's always a lot of fun. And we get to the end of that, and everything carries on again, and the musicians are sort of like, wow, that was actually pretty cool. And I'm sort of,
Yeah,
yeah, that worked well. It's a good feeling when something like that happens. Yeah,
yeah.
not good for those involved on stage, but for the musicians, yeah, we take pride in that sort of thing.
Yeah, and what's kind of neat though is that it's amazing to me that and you must have certainly musicians of a certain caliber that are able to do this improvisationally, in the sense that you can trust each other,
Yes.
that you're going to have this improvisational little jam. And if you say we're in F minor and you're calling, I don't know how sure you're calling them out, but if you're calling, okay, we're going to the 4, and everybody has to know to move there. It's very interesting that you can trust that they will follow your improvisational leads. So that must be an
Yes. Yeah.
incredibly tight knit group of people you have.
Yes, very much so. Yeah. So we grow together as a family. We sort of learn. I don't know. It's something that I've learned actually since putting the show together back in 2005. We've been on the road for a long time. That everybody is top caliber musicians, but it's having the right attitude, living on tour with somebody for an extended period of time, especially if you're in a foreign country where nobody else speaks the language.
Certainly.
We tend to stick together, so we sort of learn how to get along with each other, and it makes for really really nice people. It's like me. I'm just such an awesome dude.
Well, yeah, I didn't want to say that. I mean, I didn't want to put those words in your mouth, but
No, that's right. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, that's true. No, but it helps just to have a nice attitude. Everybody gets along, and yeah,
of course.
we make mistakes, we smile, and then we continue. It's good. Yeah,
Yeah,
part of the gig.
I do want to correct you on one
Yeah.
thing you said earlier, and that is that you said that you're a keyboardist just like me. There is a vast technical difference between what you do and what I do, sir. I'll just have you know that right now. But
Yeah, no, yeah, okay, go ahead.
so how many? Yeah, how many?
I find certain people are a little bit more up on technology than I am actually. I'm more of a pianist that can adapt to do other things, getting into keyboard. But when it comes to the really in-depth stuff, sometimes a little bit over my head. I'm an older guy, and it's for me, it's a little bit of a learning curve on some of the newer technology. So yeah.
Well, that actually leads into my next question perfectly, because I wanted to ask, you said it was a relatively small band. It's not an orchestra by any means. But
Uh-huh.
how do you then handle parts in the show, if there are any, where there is orchestration? Is that something that's played as a backing track, or are you using several different workstations yourself to play it?
No, I'm in fact the one that plays the least. We've got bass drums, because our usual sort of rhythm section. We've got violin, saxophone, but they are good all. They are all good at improvisation. we just yeah, I don't quite know how to answer that one actually. Orchestration on the fly, I think it's just rely on what everybody's ears, just a notion of where to go. Little groove where we've got this little question answering thing that's going around where we know we're going to be stuck somewhere for like 15-20 seconds,
Yeah,
which when there's something going on the stage, as you know, that's an eternity, you know. So it's like,
for
what are
sure.
we going to do? It's a lot of music. So people sort of just we just listen to each other, which is really good in the best way we can, and try to create something yeah, on the fly. And it's sometimes it's just a one off and then it's gone, and
Yeah, not
we
not so
try to
much.
remember for the next time that happens. Yeah.
Not so much for the improvisation of it. I meant more in the sense that, like, if you were playing piano, but then there's a part that requires, say, like a full string section or something like that. Is that something that you have
Okay.
programmatically done inside some kind of backing track, or are you playing that on a separate keyboard somehow, or is there just none of that in the show at all?
No, there is a bit of that. Yes, that's normally me on piano keys. We do have another keyboard player. I do tend to go for the piano and the strings more, and I enjoy that side. I love working with the real strings. So I'm you know, as an orchestrator, I just tend to take over and do the string bits. You know, I think we all slot into our own place on that. Yeah.
Sure. Excellent. Okay. How did you come to arrive at this career choice in the sense that, I mean, obviously you're a skilled musician, you're a skilled arranger, you're a skilled composer. How did you arrive one day at did they contact you? Like I'm trying to figure out how you wound up involved with the circuit.
Yes, it's a long story. I used to live in Montreal many years ago, actually, which is where Cirque du Soleil is based, and working in conjunction with other composers and yeah, film and TV composers there. I actually linked up with one of the guys who was involved with the show that I'm on. There was a last minute change on the show, and a composer was put in from Montreal, and he just asked me whether I'd be interested in stepping on board to take care of the orchestrations and put the band together, which is what I did, and I've sort of never looked back since there. Actually, I've done many things since, but that's been my ongoing thing
Sure.
since that particular time. So it's really just, sad to say so, but being in the right place at the right time, as is very much the case.
Yeah,
A
absolutely.
lot of luck, lot of luck, but yeah.
You mentioned
Uh,
you mentioned that this is more or less your day job. The circus is what the thing that you kind of rely upon.
yeah.
But then you have other projects. Can you speak a little bit about those?
Yeah, obviously when you're away on tour like constantly, it's very difficult to actually do that much. But when I am on home on a break or like now, like an extended break, I can actually drop anchor for a bit and set up the studio and do a little bit more creative projects. My wife is a singer, so we're finally back together and able to work on projects together. And since I've been back, we've just been working on a couple of things here, actually, including a song that we just put together over the last couple of weeks. We were chatting about earlier on. So, yeah, it's nice when we can do that. When we actually get a chance to be together and to work together, it's a nice challenge
Yeah,
for us.
absolutely. And it must
Just
be.
being together is a challenge for us. So.
Well, that's exactly the next thing that I wanted to kind of ask you is, how much of a strain on the relationship is the fact that you're constantly out on these excursions to play these shows? Is it? I mean, obviously, she must be very, or the two of you must be very understanding of each other, in order for that to happen. Because I can see, that whole long distance thing. It's a little bizarre. Is it a challenge to kind of keep that
Yes.
relationship strong while you're on the road so often?
Keeping the relationship strong, we've actually been very good on that, which is, we're fortunate. We know each other very, very well. We're like soulmates. Um, when we're traveling in Europe, as we are, well, as we should be right now, time difference becomes a problem because, we're in totally different time zones, 5 or 6 hours difference. But Carrie, I do try to get to come out and see me as much as she possibly can. She's been going through some health issues, so it's not quite as frequent as we would actually like. But we make do. Every few weeks I'm home, and when she comes out, it breaks everything up. So
Yeah, for
so
sure.
we're able to keep solidly together. Yeah.
Good, good. Um, I want to ask you this question because it's a question I always want to ask any touring musician of any caliber. Um, without naming names, and it doesn't have to get into specifics or anything like that, but what is the one experience that has lodged itself in your mind as the absolute worst thing that has ever happened while I've been in the middle of a production?
Um, let's think. It's probably well. It's bound to be a Cirque show, isn't it? Yes. There are some. Yes. Yeah. There are some crazy things that have happened with Cirque. Oh, well, I can tell you a really funny story actually, which was sometimes something happens that just makes us laugh so much that we can barely continue with the show. Our singer a few years back when we were working in a big top when the show was in a tent as opposed to an arena. He had just finished singing one of his major songs, and then after that, there's a quiet moment. He goes backstage, and he had his ears in, and he was still just laying on a hammock that we had backstage under the bleachers, under the tent, and he let out this enormous sneeze and blew his nose, not realizing he hadn't switched off his mic. So there were 3,000 people in the big top that suddenly jumped out of their skin. What was ever? And he pulled out his ears and like, what was that? You know, no, put them back in, and then did the same thing again. And we were like, I remember saying down the talk back to the bass player, like, what on earth was that? And he said, well, you know, he's the singer's just blow his nose into the mic. And I was like, oh, God. It was crazy. Everything just fell apart. That wasn't the biggest of disasters, but it was certainly one of the most memorable comic moments of yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there are always those movies or those scenes in movies where the employee goes off to the washroom and not remembering that their headset mic is on or something like that, and hilarity ensues. And
yes, we've experienced that too. Yes, yeah. No. Flushing toilets come out. Yeah.
I can't believe that happens in real life. That's fantastic. You mentioned that Carrie had undergone some health concerns, and we don't need to delve into that unless you're comfortable with it. But I'm wondering, you know, are you guys finding that you're having to take extra precautions now during this time to be a little bit more on the safe side, and what does that look like?
I don't know whether it's really extra precautions. Carrie is going through cancer. She's the other side of it now, but it's been the second time. So she, in any case, has to be very, very cautious. But it does involve still an appointment in Windsor every few weeks. So she's just very careful when she goes over for that. But I think we're all pretty much treating ourselves the way most people would be, actually, just staying home, just being safe. Just the fact that we're here together. Sometimes we don't go out for like several days, which is quite rare in our normal daily lives, you know. But at least when we've been working on a project like we have been, it's easier to stay at home, tie ourselves down. But aside from that, now it's basically just the common sense of staying self-isolated. Most of the changes that we've noticed is when she goes to the cancer center in Windsor, everything is extremely cautious there because we're mixing with so many different people, so they're very, very careful on that side. But our home life is actually probably what it would have been anyway, fortunately.
Gotcha. I want to ask you something compositionally, and that is,
yes.
You know, I've talked to a number of other musicians who write, and I write myself, and I tend to think that as musicians or as composers, we draw upon our environments for inspiration often, or sometimes our environments push inspiration on us subconsciously that we're not aware of. And I'm wondering, you know, have you noticed a tendency during this time when it's a time of tension or of uncertainty or of sadness, say, or worry? Do you find that those external forces have kind of colored what you might be working on compositionally, or are you using that composition and that writing time to create a barrier of positivity maybe and push these things away?
That's a very, very good question. I tend to find many times I'm faced with sort of a writer's block. I play something, sometimes I just experiment at the keyboard, depending on whatever's going around. And but then I listen to it back and I was like, oh, that's kind of boring, you know, I don't quite know where that's going. And I tend to find I just churn out the same sort of stuff over and over again, and other people think otherwise. Influenced by what is going on around me, that's actually something that I'm currently trying to do. I'm in the process of, when I am down here, getting away from this writer's block and just trying to make the most of what it is that's surrounding me right now, what is going on in the world, and write accordingly. But sometimes I just tend to still find aiming myself into the same old ruts. It's sort of Yeah, it's tough. How do you deal with that, actually? May I ask? Just turn the
Um,
tables.
well, great. Here we go. Now the student has become the master.
That's fine.
Well,
No, not at all.
no, I find that very much my writing is very much affected by whatever emotional state I currently happen to be in, and whatever external forces are kind of pushing in on me. I use that as let's say some kind of weight to flush out the writer's block. I can't explain it any other way than that, but
Yeah,
I
okay.
find like when I'm burdened by things, it makes the creativity easier. I'm
Yeah, okay. Because I have problems like opening my book, as they used to say. There's a French Canadian expression, I don't know whether it's English, but to let myself come out, it's very difficult for me. It's a barrier that I'm trying to overcome. Um, thank goodness at my age, but it is always an interesting thing to try and look around and just to listen and to feel and to open up that and let it come out. Whether or not I succeed, I really don't know, because I find that most of the composition I've done is for a purpose. I've never really written for myself, and that's something I'm trying to switch around just to write purely for the hell of it. And in that sense, it's bound to be influenced by what's going on around us.
Yeah, and I wonder, if I wonder if a few months from now, when everything returns to whatever we're going to call normal at that time, I wonder if people will look back and reflect on and see that, wow, I wrote some really dark stuff, or on the other hand, are
Yeah,
like,
no surprise. Yeah,
wow, I wrote all this positive stuff. This is great. Um, yeah, it's an interesting question. I'd like to see research done on that actually, and I do want
yeah,
to talk to you about the your most recent composition that we were talking about, but I want to save that a little bit toward the end. Um,
yeah, no problem.
I want to ask you the same questions that I'm asking everybody, because part of this whole project is just to, create and continue the human discussion, right, and make that connection and find out where the commonality is in this for all of us. And so that is uh, from the life of normalcy that we had, a month ago, your normal, my normal. What is the thing that you
Yes,
miss the most?
yeah. So you were breaking up a little bit
Oh
there.
yeah, sorry. So
Missed the most about.
what is it you miss the most about that life of normalcy when we were able to do anything we liked pretty much unrestricted?
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's tough for me to answer that because I think my life has been like pretty crazy for the last several years anyway. It's constantly changing. I think it's just when I'm home, it's just okay, things are closing in on us. It's just hop in the car and go out for a drive, or let's go around. We're always going out to do something or other, whether it's just exploring, going out for a breath of fresh air. That feels a little bit tough. That's something to get into. It's tough to go somewhere without stopping for a coffee or something like that.
Yeah.
But aside from that, with my normal life being away for apart from like 2 weeks at a time, then each of those 2 week periods are quite different from when we're here anyway. But occasionally, I've been saying to Carrie, how lucky we feel we are to be in this situation where, as creators, we're okay to shut ourselves away and make the most of what space and time we have. And you obviously feel the same thing with that too. And I feel a great deal of sympathy, empathy towards people that aren't allowed to do that. The regular, the strong force, the workforce in daily life that are out making this world tick, which is probably done sight more than I do. So for me, I haven't quite slipped back into what this would be the new normal yet. I guess come back in a few weeks and I'll
Yeah.
see how it feels. Well, I haven't started tearing my hair out yet, that's for sure.
Well,
So
good,
yeah,
good, good. And then the flip side of that question is that because we've now found ourselves in a state of reclusion or seclusion, some of us are already in that state, but some of us now find ourselves more entrenched in that state. Have you found anything to your surprise that has been rather comforting or joyful to come out of that?
I think it's probably just that. Once again, I don't know about surprise. I think it's overcoming what I was saying about writer's block. We're learning to write, to create as a team with Carrie, and now we're getting to know each other better when it comes to songwriting and things like that. So that I'm very happy with the way that's developing. Surprises yet? I think I'm still a newbie as to being this. I am learning a little bit more about home renovating because we were in the process of renovating this this 200-year-old, 100-year-old house, 120-year-old house that we live in, and it was in a mess. So I'm learning a lot about tri-walling and stuff like that, which is nice.
Yeah.
What tools are missing, and
the joy and love of lath and plaster walls, I'm sure.
yes, oh, that's right. And we have two cats. I used to be highly allergic. Now I'm very surprised that I'm not as allergic as I used to be to the cats.
There you
So
go.
there you go.
There
I
you
got
go.
reminded of that because I thought there was one in the room with me, and I just realized I'm sitting on a squeaky chair. So I apologize if you
No,
hear
I
that.
was going to ask that. Something sounds like a little cat around there, but that must be your chair.
Yeah, that's right. It's my chair. I shouldn't. Yeah, I should keep still. There you go.
No, it's all good. One of the things that I find so powerful about music is that it often allows us to express emotions or words to someone else that we aren't able to come up with ourselves. You hear it all the time. It's like, oh, I wish I could say this to you, but here's a song to say it anyway. Do you find that, living with and creating with your partner, do you find that kind of opens up channels of communication that maybe weren't there before, or you're discovering feelings that may be deeper simply because you're working with such an emotional medium like music?
Yeah. How do I put that into words? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I think Carrie was a lot better, a lot more experienced at opening up than I was, and now we're starting to work on projects together more because of this situation. Certain emotions are certainly coming out, and we're not afraid to open up new emotions between us, which is good. Yeah, this is certainly tapping on some new. Yeah, I'm stumbling on this one.
No,
You're
it's okay.
giving me
It's
some
okay.
very pointed questions here.
Yeah, it's okay because they're just kind of coming to me as we're talking. I just thought that normally for even in a boy meets girl situation where somebody makes them a mixtape because the songs say these things. But I often wondered if you're living with your creative partner, if you sometimes can tap into these deeper conversations that you're not even aware of simply because you're creating this music. It's wonderful.
Yes, I guess so. Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we sort of I don't know. I mean, obviously we're spending a lot of time together now. We're a crazy couple. We do a lot of laughing together, a lot of crying together, and the emotions do come out. And then when we work together on a project like a song, we're okay now to bounce ideas off, which is something I didn't used to be able to do. And we sort of gel to form this combination of emotions between us, and it's actually quite powerful. That's something I've learned, and something I want to stay with me throughout this and beyond, for sure.
Well, then I will say that will answer your something to your surprise that came out of it that was comforting. There you go. That's
yeah,
it.
there you go. Yeah.
All right. Well, I want to ask you now about this composition that you did. You had made a Facebook. You and Carrie had made a Facebook post the other day that you had created this composition, and you were looking for people to sing the refrain, and that they would self-record themselves. Right. And then send that to you, and you were going. So talk a little bit about the project, how the idea came about, and what was the response like?
The response was actually quite surprising. Well, basically, we decided we would write a song. It was Carrie's idea. She said, I would really like to write some form of an anthem, a little bit of a torch, sort of, lighter, whatever. iPhone these days, I suppose. Something that's like positive and sending a message. And but I'm like, I don't like to just do things with solid programmation. If I could help, if it's something going out there, I tend to try to involve other musicians if I can. So I put a few feelers out once the song was mapped in a little bit in its demo state to sing whether there would be some musicians that would like to come on board so I could replace my tracks. And there were several people around that were really willing to do that. So there were lots of files being exchanged. And then we ended up with this big vocal section in the towards the end, and Carrie, we overdubbed some vocals here. But then she's like, well, the song is called In This Together. It would be really nice if we could use other people. It's like, well, we can't obviously do that.
Sure.
But Carrie is in the Windsor Symphony Choir and a couple of choral groups in the area. So she decided to just put this post out, like if anybody would like to sing. We sent a little bit of a demo of the music, and I sent the charts out, SATB choir section. And there were people, not just choir people, but just normal people from around the world that we've met during our lives that just recorded on whatever it was that they had, playing along with the demo tracks, and sent them in. So I had a whole variety of different voices and different styles and different levels of recording as well. It was actually quite a nightmare to to pitch everything together into the same track and build it
Sure.
up. But when it started to come together, these four voices, and it was like, wow, this actually really works. It's not tight, but you can correct things, just bring everything like more or less in line, as you would know, and the rest of it just sounds like this big chorale, and it's. I think we had about 20 singers involved finally from around the world.
That's amazing.
So fabulous program. Yes, it was completely random, and now it's finally done, and we built the track and put the video out there earlier today, and it's a lot of fun to do. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. Now this is done, but still
the sequel. Obviously, it's the sequel time. But think of the
exactly.
the amazing world of technology that we live in, where you can literally put out the call
Oh,
on a social message platform, and then people happen to just have all kinds of recording devices around that they can contribute this, and you can mix and master it
yes.
all, in your house from the comfort of your own home.
Yeah, that's right.
What
And
was
drop it in, and the software that we use as well is also capable of receiving all these different media types. It didn't used to be the case. Well, I got Windows Media, so I haven't seen one of those for years.
Wow.
But all these different formats coming in, and videos as well. So we put things together. It was
I'm
quite a project.
I'm sending in my 1/4 inch reel-to-reel tape. I hope that's acceptable, and you can somehow manage to find that.
Go for it. Oh, aren't they great? I love those things.
Oh yeah. I still have one. It's a Funkenhauser, I believe, that my grandparents had. It still
Nice.
works. 1/4 inch tape. Woo. That's the big time right there.
Yeah.
And then for
My room here is full of obsolete equipment, so yeah.
yeah, my
Sorry.
room's full of obsolete equipment. Most of it is contained within this shirt. That's
I like that. I'm going to use that.
yeah.
That's cool.
How much of a challenge was it? You said it was a challenge, but because you must have gotten all different types of quality from people. You must have had some people that had some rather professional
Yes.
gear, and some people maybe were just singing into their phones. So was there a lot of corrective work
Yeah.
for you to do on your side?
I was trying not to do corrective. I think if something was out far enough, or somebody that couldn't read the music and quite pick up the parts, I would just fade it into the background or just shift it so it was more or less there.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want it to be too clean either. I wanted it to sound a little bit rough around the edges, but the final result just came together really well. A little bit of tweaking on the EQ from now and from time to time, a bit of reverb, stuff like that. But trying to stay away from the auto tune and things like that, because I'm not, I like things to just be organic as much as possible.
Absolutely. And
that's kind of the point. So,
the benefit to doing this, of course, and the benefit to doing what I'm doing right now, in the sense that I'm just talking to people over Facebook Messenger, is that there's an expectation of non-production value, right? So
yeah,
I think that
yes, exactly. Yeah,
you can totally get away with that because you're not concerned about things being ultra polished. The idea is to capture the snippet in time when we're all trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah, exactly.
And then for those of us who are not in concert choir or concert chorale, SATB is soprano, alto, tenor, baritone. Is that correct?
Tenor bass. Yeah.
Tenor bass. See, I screwed it up.
Yeah, we're always short on the tenors. Tenors are always hard to come past. So I think in my 20 responders to this, I think I had like one tenor, 1.5 tenors. The other one wasn't quite right, but we dropped it in and like, okay, that's fine,
Yeah, nice.
But tenors are always short.
Well,
but it works out well.
I do have a copy of the video that you were gracious enough to send me.
Oh, fantastic!
So I'm wondering if when we're done, if you wouldn't mind if we played it.
Absolutely, please do. Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
I'm curious to know what people think of it actually, because it's my first time mixing something of this size. So yeah, there's a lot of guesswork. It was not intended to be this big. Let's put it that way.
I have not listened to it as of yet, so it'll be first time ears for me too. So I'm quite excited about it. Roger, I want to thank you so much for making the time to do this and lending your voice to the conversation.
You're very welcome, and good to see you too, Chris. Keep up the good work there and stay safe. And to everybody else out there, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I hope you guys stay safe and stay well. And we will hear in this together now.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
All right, my friend.
See you later.
Cheers.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, that was Mr. Roger Hewitt, musical director of Cirque du Soleil. And I have his video all queued up. This is exciting. So just take a minute and think about what happens here, right? You have Facebook, a social media platform, where you make a post that you're writing a song and you need some folks to help you with the song. These folks then grab whatever musical instruments, whatever musical recording devices they have, be it a phone, be it a microphone, into a digital audio workstation, into a mixing console, directly into their computer, what have you. They download your sample, they read the chart, they sing it. They then send you these files, and then you have to mix them into your composition. You have to sonically treat them somehow so it doesn't sound, if something sounds really obviously recorded on a phone, I'm sure there was a little bit of doctoring that went on there. And then you're able to assemble all these tracks into, really what would have been a We Are the World type of scenario had Bob Dylan and Bruce Springsteen had to be in separate cities. It's amazing. Anybody that's not amazed by that, I don't know. I have no words for you. Anyway, without further ado, without further Cirque du Soleil, this will be In This Together by Roger and Carrie Hewitt.
You're feeling like you're all alone, staring at the same four walls. And these are times like you've never known, with each trouble that befalls. You're aching for some human touch, pretending you're all right. You miss the life you knew so much, but don't give up the fight. We're in this together. We're in this as one. We're growing more aware. We only have what we can share. We're in this together. We're kept apart by rules and miles, frightened by the space between. We turn inside ourselves all the while, trying to learn from where we've been. So many tell us what to do and where we need to be. I'm here to do my best by you, knowing you will do your best for me. 'Cause we're in this together. We're in this as one. We're growing more aware. We only have what we can share. 'Cause we're in this together. We're in this together. We're in this as one. We're growing more aware. We only have what we can share. 'Cause we're in this together. We're in this together. Oh, we're in this. We're in this as one. We're growing more aware. We only have what we can share. 'Cause we're in this together. Mm.
How cool was that? That's amazing. Come on. That was amazing. Getting all those folks on the same page and getting them to record stuff and send it over to you so you can edit. I don't even know. I have no words for how cool that is. I want to write an entire album that's all done remotely now. That's how it's going to work. What a cool thing. And then, it's exactly like Leave Those Kids Alone. They've done those social distance recordings where they each record their part and then they send it and they edit it together. Exactly the same thing, only on a slightly larger scale. Unbelievable. My mind is officially blown. Alrighty. Well, I don't know if Melanie is still tuned in. Maybe I'll wait to hear from her to see whether or not we shall proceed with House of the Rising Sun. In the meantime, this is a fun song. Here we go. A little Simon and Garfunkel. It was 21 years when I wrote this song. I'm 22 now, but I won't be for long. Time hurries on, and the leaves that are green turn to brown, and they wither with the wind, and they crumble in your hand. Once my heart was filled with the love of a girl. I held her close, but she faded in the night, like a poem I meant to write. And the leaves that are green turn to brown, and they wither with the wind, and they crumble in your hand. I threw a pebble in a brook, and I watched the ripples run away, and they never made a sound. And the leaves that are green turn to brown, and they wither with the wind, and they crumble in your hand. Hello, 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 hello. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. That's all there is. And the leaves that are green turn to brown. All right. Well, there we go. A little bit of Simon and Garfunkel. Hey, Tech 2674 and Mr. Kevin Renaud. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Thank you for joining the broadcast. Thank you for being involved. Thank you for being you. There, that's the Isaac thing from the Love Boat, right? The on the Aloha deck. All right. I want to do this tune. I did this one a little while ago, and I like it. This is for my good friend Dave Gatt. We sang this song together many times, and it's one of those weird things, we were talking with Roger about, songs that say things you're unable to say, or, convey emotions that you're uncomfortable with. And sometimes you have songs that you feel were just written specifically about you. And this, for me, this is one of those tunes. This is I call it my semi-autobiographical song. And it's amazing to me that music does that. But let's see here.
While when the creek turns shallow and sandy, and the moon comes skimming over the stars, when the mesquite comes rushing over the hilltops, straight into my arms, straight into my arms. I'm riding hard, carrying a catch of roses and a fresh map that I made. Tonight I'm gonna get buck naked and burn my old soul and dance on its grave, and dance on its grave. It's been a long time coming, my dear. It's been a long time coming, but now it's here. And now it's here. Well, my daddy, he was just a stranger, lived in a hotel downtown. And I was a kid, he was just somebody I'd see around, somebody I'd see around. Now down low, pulling on my shirt, got some kids of my own. If I had one wish in this godforsaken world, kids, your mistakes will be your own. Yeah, your sins will be your own. It's been a long time coming, my dear. It's been a long time coming, but now it's here. Yeah, now it's here. Neath the arms of Cassiopeia, where the sword of Orion sweeps, it's be you, Rosie, cracking like crossed wires, breathing in your sleep, breathing in your sleep. Just a spark of campfire left burning, two kids in sleeping bags beside. I reach neath your shirt and lay my hand across your belly and feel you're the one kicking in the side. I ain't gonna screw it up this time. It's been a long time coming, my dear. It's been a long time coming, but now it's here. It's been a long time coming, my dear. It's been a long time coming, but now it's here. Oh, now it's here.
It's a super high sonata. That would be the fourth highest note on the piano. 3 A's above middle C, 4 A's above middle C. Well, hello, everyone joining us. It's so lovely to see you here on Scholastic Sunday, where we are saluting all the people that normally would be out preparing for Monday's lesson, or probably preparing for Monday's lesson because they're going to be doing some e-learning. So there you go. It's still a thing. All righty. You know what? We had a request for this the other day, and it just came out of nowhere. And I love this song, and I can't believe that I almost pulled it off. And so I want to try it again and see if I can pull it off even closer. Mr. Paul Longdon, good to see you. Good evening to you as well, sir. A fellow English chap was just on, and I wanted to connect the two of you in the worst way so that I could hear the accents in stereo. All right, let's see if we can do this here.
Why you crouch just a trace of my face could seem so pleasing. I'll come bound to the change, but a stranger is putting the tease on. I was down on the ground when the messenger brought me a letter. I was raised by the praise of a fan who said I am settled. Any girl in the world could have easily known me better. She said, you're strange, but don't change, and I let her.
Ah, so much fun. I should learn the words to I should learn the words to No Satisfaction. Mr. Paul Longden says, he said he was preparing his lesson plan because he is part of that whole scholastic system that we are saluting today. And he says, Scholastic Sunday question. I hear many parents complain about internet problems lately. Is it because of the high traffic, or do you think the providers are throttling back, if that's the correct term? It is the correct term. Let me explain a little bit about Windsor's infrastructure. Oh, here we go. We have 3 types of internet connectivity here in Windsor. 4 types, really, if you want to count wireless. But there is dial-up. No, hardly anybody's using dial-up anymore, so we're not even really going to consider that. The 3 main types are digital subscriber line (DSL), cable, and fiber optic. Now, DSL, unless you're buying it through MNSI, goes over the same congested lines that Bell Canada has strung over the last 100 years. Same thing if you're going through Distributel Start or any of these other knockoffs that sell. They basically just resell you Bell. The same thing with Cogeco. Cogeco goes over the same infrastructure that was put up by Shaw years and years ago. And the people that resell them resell those lines. So what you have is a massive over-congestion on an aging infrastructure. Now, I'm not trying to be disparaging. It's not that they're doing it on purpose, and certainly they have made improvements and upgrades over time. However, the infrastructure itself is really what the problem is. And every time you get people on and you start selling them new subscription packages, you put an increased tax on that infrastructure. So it's not necessarily that the internet providers are throttling back. Now, they may be doing something called traffic shaping, where they are looking at who is doing what and trying to route that traffic more efficiently. So if they see, like most people are doing, browsing Netflix, they will direct that traffic through quality of service to have a higher priority, let's say. So somebody that's doing their Scholastic stuff online may be bumped down to a lower quality of service tier because the high priority traffic at that time is Netflix or email or what have you. Enter MNSI. MNSI is a locally owned internet service provider. They've been around for a long time. The difference between them and the other guys is that they actually built their own network. So when you're a subscriber on MNSI's network, and this is why it takes so long to sign up with MNSI, is because oftentimes they're not in your area yet. When you sign up with them, you are on their hardware and their infrastructure only. So you're not competing with all these other people that are reselling the same bandwidth. The other thing too is that when you get an MNSI line, you're actually getting fiber optics directly into your home. Okay, so there's a point called the last mile, or the demarc. The demarc is at the outside of the house where the service runs to the house, and then everything post demarc or last mile then internally is either your responsibility or they run a short connection from the demarc into the residence or building or whatever. MNSI has fiber optics going directly in there. Bell Fibe and the Cogeco fiber, for the most part, do not. They go back to a copper connection. So is it really fiber? Sure, it's really fiber until it hits your house. Then it's just copper. Is that a big deal? Not for the most part, but it's a little disingenuous to call it fiber service. Because, again, once it hits your router and switches, it's turning into copper anyway. But I digress. The point is that absolutely there's more high traffic than there is normally because people are stuck at home and they're doing things to alleviate their boredom, like watching Netflix or Crave or CBS All Access or whatever, or idiots like me on YouTube, right? Lots of people are watching streaming services. So that puts an incredibly high load on the infrastructure and the core routers and switches that these guys have. So what they are likely doing is they're likely doing a combination of traffic shaping, and they may be doing some throttling when it gets into prime time, which I don't even know what that looks like anymore because so many of us are at home. But that's the long-winded technical explanation of what's going on with the internet right now. Everybody's using it. Yeah. You can if you want to use the pipe analogy or the hose analogy, if you imagine that, the backbone is a hose, and then we all stick our little drinking straws in the hose, and we're all taking water pressure away, right? So bigger companies with bigger straws, they get more bandwidth shuttled over that way so that they can maintain that flow. And eventually, somewhere down the line, the old big hose breaks, and we have to go fix it. That's essentially it, Paul. I don't know if you were looking for the long-winded technical answer, but you got it. You got it. All right. Well, now what do we do? After all that talking, I feel like we should have had something prepared to play. We're going to do this one. We've done it before. We're going to do it again. Well, good, Paul. It was so interesting, in fact. You repeated the thanks. I appreciate that. There you go. That's an example of buffer right there. Your message being repeated. That's buffer. All right. So let's see here. Here we go. Can't do an Elton John song without the tambourine. Ray Cooper would fly here and personally kick my ass. Yes, Paul, due to your slow internet. And actually, hang on a second. We're going to pause our drummer here for a second because there's another factor we didn't talk about. You just reminded me of it now. It's another thing called latency. So you have, bear with me, folks. You have... in your measurement of your internet speed, everybody talks about upload and download, right? What do I get up and what do I get down? We sell you a 60-10 package, so you get 60 megabytes down and 10 megabits up, or you have a gigabit down and 750 up, or on DSL you have 6 down and 3 up, and everybody's like, oh, I just want the faster package. But there's another thing in there called latency. So latency is the amount of time it takes one packet to go from A to B. Okay, how long it takes that packet to travel that hop. The more hops you put in the way, the more latency is. The slower the connection in between those hops, the greater the latency is. So the thing is, you can have a super fast internet connection. You can have, like, let's say you had a 1 gigabit connection. Your speed can still suck because the latency, the time it takes those packets to travel that distance, is so terrible that you're still going to get buffering and poopy quality video and all that kind of stuff. So there's more involved in the calculation of what makes internet fast than just the size of the pipe coming into your house. You have to really do some investigation into latency. So I will tell you that when we were looking into doing remote practicing apps, right? Apps that where musicians could communicate together and practice together in real time, my latency back to my provider is 2 milliseconds. That's phenomenally good, and it's because I'm with MNSI and I'm on their own network, and I'm not being paid by them or anything. I'm just giving you the facts. It's their own network. I'm hitting their switches and their switches alone. When I'm on Cogeco, or when I'm communicating with somebody with Cogeco, the latency is 80 milliseconds. Now you're thinking to yourself, hey doofus, 78 milliseconds is not really that long of a time. Well, in computer time, it's an eternity, and it totally translates into a much worse experience. Sometimes you get up into the hundreds of milliseconds of latency, and that's unbearable. That's where you can't watch video anymore. It just becomes unusable. So that's the other thing you have to keep an eye out for, is not just the speed of your internet, it's the speed at which the packets travel inside that network. It's like the 401 having 18 lanes, right? But if you got that guy in your lane that's going 20 kilometers an hour, everybody in the lane's going 20 kilometers an hour. That's the analogy I can think of. Anyway, back to our super awesome drummer.
Oh, hey Nikita, is it cold in your little corner of the world? You could roll around the globe, never find a warmer soul to know. Oh, I saw you by the wall, 10 of your tin soldiers in a row, with eyes that looked like ice on fire, the human heart a captive in the snow. Oh, Nikita, you will never know anything about my home. I never know how good it feels to hold you. Nikita, I need you so. Oh, Nikita is the other side of any given line in time, counting 10 soldiers in a row. Oh no, Nikita, you'll never know. Do you ever dream of me? Do you ever see the letters that I write? When you look up through the wire, Nikita, do you count the stars at night? And if there comes a time when guns and gates no longer hold you in, and if you're free to make a choice, just look towards the west and find a friend. Oh, Nikita, you will never know anything about my home. I'll never know how good it feels to hold you. Nikita, I need you so. Oh, Nikita is the other side of any given line in time, counting 10 soldiers in a row. Oh no, Nikita, you'll never know.
Well, there we go. Oh my goodness, I have like rolled past. Oh my God, I've rolled past the next guest. See, this is what happens when my brain gets all scattered. Oh my goodness. This person's going to be really mad. It's going to be really, really mad. Oh well. I do what I can. Sometimes I fail miserably, and I've got Brittany on the line, and she doesn't look happy with me right now. She looks like she's mad because I went over time. Just give me 1 second. I'm just trying to fill this in here. So the thing is, Brittany, I'm going to bring you over on live one. If I can just get you to turn your phone sideways, that would be fantastic. And I'm going to take you away from the keyboard /pants cam because it's probably not the view that anyone in the world needs to see. And there we go. Perfect. So we've got you set up, and we will bring you over. Brittany, hello.
Hi.
I can't believe you were so patient. My goodness. I'm so sorry about that.
Husband, I tell you.
So we should clue people into this whole thing. So we actually, before we get into all this, let me ask you this first and foremost. Are you safe and happy and healthy and everything's okay?
I'm good. Everything's okay. Just been by myself in my apartment, staying healthy.
All right. So you work in the service industry, and the place that I met you was on Boblo Island at the Boblo Island Beach House Restaurant when Jay Sharp Major played there. And it's a beautiful place, a beautiful venue, and the service and staff are absolutely exceptional. But obviously, you work in other places too, and I'm just wondering, for you, how quickly did this whole situation turn from something positive into something? What is happening right now?
Well, it hasn't been great. As far as Boblo goes, right now it doesn't even look like we can open for the season. My other job's at Chicanos Tacos and Tequila in town, and it went pretty fast. It was one weekend we were open, and the next it was maybe we can do takeout, and that'll be it.
Wow.
The issue then becomes, like many other restaurant tours, we have more than one job. So we do have a couple of people who are also in the healthcare industry who work at the restaurant. So that's not going to work. So we have not been open at all.
Not at all.
No, they're talking about opening this weekend, just having a couple cooks and the owner, but so far we haven't been able to work out anything that was good.
Yeah, and I imagine that the story is quite similar across the service industry. Have you been talking to friends or colleagues of yours? Is everybody in the same boat? Is everybody just kind of scrambling to figure out where this goes? Because you guys live mainly on tips, right? I mean, like that certainly offsets the income. So what and sometimes the difference between a good week in tips and a bad week in tips is quite phenomenal. So what does it look like when there's nothing?
Not great. I had a couple things planned for myself, like I was going to get laser eye surgery, and that's not going to happen anymore just because I had a budget, and that's how things work. And a lot of people depend on that extra cash when they have kids and things like that too. It's been pretty drastic, and even the people who are still doing takeout, it doesn't equate the same at all. A lot of people don't tip for takeout, which is totally fine. You can do whatever you'd like, but it is not the same. It doesn't compare at all.
Yeah, I mean, because you're losing that personal interaction, right? You're losing the ability to really get to talk to the guest and really sell yourself, because let's be honest, that's half of what the server's responsibility is basically selling yourself so that you ingratiate yourself and get a good tip out of it. I will say,
you go out for an experience, not just for the food. So.
Exactly, 100%. I will say that I ordered pizza last night for delivery, and I did give the guy a 20% tip. So I don't know if I'm doing my part, but
appreciate that.
There you go. There you go.
Keep it strong.
How quickly did restaurants have to start suddenly looking at delivery options if it wasn't an option before? And then how does that impact the day-to-day operations, do you think? For example, do you just take someone who already would have had a full-time job there, or at least a substantial part-time job, and then turn them into a delivery driver? Or do you go to an external service like Skip the Dishes or Uber Eats? What does that look like? Have you had any insight into those kind of things in your conversations?
We did look into a delivery service. For us specifically, it just doesn't make any sense. The portion of the cut into it, and when the restaurant is open, the Skip the Dishes version or whoever you go with, actually their orders get bumped ahead. So people who sit in the restaurant suffer. So we never really looked into that, and we have been fortunate enough that for delivery, we do have a couple of owners who had the time that could be their little thing. We don't have a lot of delivery requests anyways, and we have been using the Amherstburg taxi service. They have, with a couple places in town, actually, they have contracts to go around. They get a cut, and then they deliver for us.
Okay, well that's interesting. I never really thought about the fact of utilizing the taxi service as a delivery service. But why not? That's what they do. They deliver bodies. Why not have them deliver food?
I know Dylan's Convenience uses them for sure with the gyros.
Really?
Excellent gyros, by the way, if you haven't had them. Amazing.
Amazing plug. There you go. Let me ask you this. The other thing that started to get opened up was that you could start to order alcoholic beverages through takeout, which I had never really heard of before, and I think that's a provision that was just made because of the circumstances we're under right now. But are you aware of that? And if you are, what restrictions are like? Can I order a Caesar and get a Caesar delivered to me?
There are huge restrictions. We were so excited when we first heard that because we sell margaritas. That's what we do. They're a big thing and they're amazing. Not to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty awesome at making margaritas. The thing about selling that is you cannot sell anything that is not sealed by the LCBO. So even if you open an LCBO product, like the tequila that we buy, as soon as you open it and mix it with something, even if you find a way to seal that bottle, it is not sold by the LCBO, so you cannot sell it.
Interesting. Okay. So
Then it turns into a whole bunch of, are whoever your delivery people, like we use the taxi service, are they IDing people? So it just becomes a huge, huge liability. If people want to buy a full bottle of margarita and a full bottle of our mix and we teach them our secrets, we can do that, but nobody's going to be doing that.
yeah, I agree. And that raises another interesting question that I never even thought about. One of the things that I did during my time off, because we all have this suddenly all this time on our hands that we don't know what to do with ourselves. So I completed my Smart Serve certification. So now I can, if the gig's really slow, I can just hop behind the bar and make a few bucks that way, I guess. But the question it raises, does the delivery service then have to be Smart certified? Because I know when they brought beer and wine into the grocery stores, you had to be in a lane where the cashier had a Smart Serve certification.
Yeah.
So I wonder, are they going to be investigating people that are simply trying to deliver these things out there because they're not Smart Serve? I mean, how would they know? Is it different if you're serving someone a closed bottle of wine, for example, as opposed to giving them an open glass of wine? Where does the responsibility end? See, I probably shouldn't have passed the Smart Serve. I should know the answer to that question.
No, it's a whole new thing. And even if, so say the delivery driver brings a bottle of wine, because you're allowed to do that, it's totally sealed, and they ID the person, great. But now that person is sharing with their kid, hypothetically.
Right.
When we're at the restaurant and we see that, we can make sure it doesn't happen. And most people are smart enough not to try to sneak their kids alcohol. But we don't have control over that when it's out of our hands. So it's a domino effect, and it's scary.
Yeah, because the other point that gets raised by, and I only know this because I completed the certification, is that the servers and the establishment's liability doesn't end at the establishment, right? So if I send somebody home that's intoxicated, for example, I'm still responsible for them, until they sober up. Which lends an extremely interesting point. If somebody were to buy a bottle of wine for delivery service, they get it brought to them, their kid gets into it, and their kid gets sick, is the establishment somehow then liable for that? Is the delivery service liable? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of gray area, and the time span is significant. You could go home one night, wake up the next morning, still have traces of alcohol in your system, and still be held liable, even if it's a 12-hour period.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So it's almost not worth the risk.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah,
You know,
it's scary.
I was wondering, because people can't order mixed drinks, right? Like I can't order a scotch and soda, or not that I'm classy enough to order a scotch and soda, but that's the first drink that came into my head. But, I was wondering if people could get those little mini bottles that the LCBO sells. Can you guys get those and then say, oh, you'd like a rum and Coke? Well, here's a little mini bottle of rum and a can of Coke, and, mix at your own discretion. But neither here nor there at this point. How have you found the response from people in terms of, do you think, I'm trying to figure out the best way to phrase this question. Do you think that when this is all over and we start going back to an environment where we can be social again and we can go into restaurants and enjoy the company of others and have food brought to us and so on and so forth, but we may be in somewhat of an economic downturn at that point where people's personal economies are suffering, right? So the concept of going out to eat may be something of a luxury. Do you think that the gratuity that comes on top of that is going to suffer? Just like if I'm holding a charitable event and it's a fundraiser and I'm counting on people donating, if people are scared that their money's, their cash flow is going to dry up, maybe they won't be as inclined to donate to a fundraiser. Are you kind of worried that maybe gratuities will start to be on a decline for a little bit when it comes back?
It's so hard to say. I honestly think it'll be halfway down the middle. Some people are going to come out of this and just go crazy, and we're going to have a huge amount of people coming out right at the start, while the other half's going to stay home because they're still scared. But I think the people who will be going out and just restaurants every day for the next month because they can now, they're going to toss out a good chunk of change and then regret it later. But
Yeah.
I honestly don't think it'll hurt too badly because people generally are very respectable when they
Yeah.
do tips like that. At least that I've noticed. I've had my clientele base, my regulars, I love them all. Honestly, they're so nice, and I don't think that I would ever see a decline from them.
Yeah,
I don't.
I agree, and I think that actually the thing that we're getting the most out of this when we've talked to other folks is that there's going to be a real sense of solidarity when we come out of this, and a real sense of pulling each other forward. And it's going to be things like people that are in the service industry and the hospitality industry. We're going to recognize what a valuable asset they are, and we're going to float them a few extra bucks, when we can, because you deserve it. I mean, that this is your job, it's your livelihood.
Yeah.
Are
Hopefully, fingers crossed. Love you all.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the other question I was going to ask too, and I know this is more on the administrative side of things, and you may not be able to answer it, but just your best guess is good. A lot of times bars live or die by the weekend, right? The week may be slow for them, and the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday crowd is really what floats them. And you've heard before, bars saying, "Oh, I had a great weekend," or "I didn't really have a great weekend. I'm not really sure what this is going to look like when we come out of it." How devastating is something like this to a small bar or a small pub that is really living weekend to weekend?
It's really rough. There's been countless tales of people closing already. I'm not even sure, had the owners that I work for not have another source of income, I don't know where we would be at. I just think, honestly, location is key. I think even with this, because we're in such a good location, we'll come out of it eventually. We'll get there. But some people, it's just killing them, and it's horrible to see because this is people's livelihoods.
Yeah.
And it's really sad.
Were you able to apply for the emergency relief benefit?
I did the EI.
Oh, okay.
So it transferred over at some point.
Okay, gotcha. Good. Well, at least you're being taken care of, and that's super important. Speaking of that, how do you think that the government has handled this situation in terms of, maybe we don't need to go, municipally in terms of, well, maybe, I mean, has your mayor impressed you in the way that they've been handling it, but even more so provincially or federally? Has the government impressed you with the way that they've kind of either stepped up or not stepped up?
This is going to sound really bad. I don't really know or follow local stuff, probably should, but I don't. I think in the grand scheme of things, I feel terrible for government workers. No one was prepared for this. They're just getting, like, even the overload of the computer system. Like, I understand people are frustrated, they're mad, they want to get through, they want answers. I totally get it. But at the same time, it's not breaking down for fun. Like, nobody had anticipated, oh yeah, back filing cabinet week for our emergency plan.
Right.
Never on this scale. So I generally think things are being handled pretty well in Canada.
Yeah.
I will say.
In Canada. Absolutely. I wasn't even going to bring up our strange neighbors to the north-south, but
let's not do it.
Yeah, let's not. There is not. You can't deliver me enough alcohol to have that conversation right now. So, and I think most people would tend to agree with you. I think that people realize that we're in, interesting times that we haven't really, certainly nobody in our immediate lifetime or even the immediate lifetime of our grandparents have lived through. Some of them may be on the edge of the whole Spanish flu thing, but I highly doubt it. So yeah, it's something that you can always have a plan for, right? I'm sure somewhere there's a government official or a government agency that's out there saying what's going to happen when we have the next pandemic. But it's all just in theory. It's like let's pretend that we're all having a pandemic. What are we going to do and what are we going to enact? And then all of a sudden, like you said, out of nowhere, what's the plan?
Yeah.
And the other thing I think it's very important for people to really keep under advisement is that it's okay for people in positions of authority or people in the sciences to say, I don't know. I don't know is an acceptable answer. What's not acceptable is making something up like we should all shine ultraviolet light inside our lungs to eradicate the virus because we don't know what else to say. I don't know tells me that you don't have all the data yet and you're not willing to basically lead by conjecture. So until you get the data, you're going to just tell me that we're not sure, and that's fine with me. So I think more people need to.
You're not sure, but you're working on it.
Exactly. Yeah. See, you got this. The other thing that I know that you're extremely passionate about is softball.
Yes. Yeah.
What?
That?
I hold back the tears for a moment, but what does that look like when you are kind of anticipating this, social gathering and this activity that is obviously must be played outside and with other people? Has the season actually been canceled? Is it done?
So the season hasn't been canceled yet. There is such thing as fall ball that one of the leagues does, which as soon as spring ends, they start one in the fall. It gets very cold. There is snow involved. That has been officially canceled. I know in New Brunswick, all of the summer events have been canceled. It hasn't made its way here yet. I can't see it opening anytime soon. At the very latest, maybe a July, August beginning and going into September. I highly doubt it. And it's sad because although it's a fun thing where, yeah, you get to be with your friends and stuff like that, but a lot of people, and a lot of my friends specifically, use that as a mental health outlet. And it's just one more thing that's getting taken away, and it's very sad.
That's an excellent point, is that a lot of times people simply look at these activities as a bunch of jocks going out and tossing a ball around. But for many folks, that social interaction they get during that time that they're together is so fundamentally important to them from just being by themselves. They may be too awkward to go out in a normal social setting, so they rely on the camaraderie of the team. And if you take that away from them, that's one less place that they can go and try and fit in or be among like-minded people. Sorry, we have a comment in here that I'd like to, it addresses this very question from my good friend Jocelyn, my good new friend Jocelyn. Jocelyn and Diego, just as an aside here, they come up with like the best questions, and I feel so lost when they're not here. She says that she actually respects people more when they say I don't know instead of making something up, and I think most people with common sense do. But then she says, do you think that softball will be one of the first sports to reopen because it's such a low contact sport?
See, you think it's low contact, but you have people all using the same bats. sweaty hands on sweaty hands. Some people use each other's gloves, things like that. I mean, it is one of the lesser contacts, I think, but if you go through every step of the way, there's still so much that it really, I wouldn't say that one sport would be more than the other because it's just all kind of intertwined.
Yeah,
I mean, I would like to say, yeah, sure, open it because we don't touch each other, but
that's true.
it happens. There's, at least in my league, there's a lot of collisions just for fun to keep things spicy. So,
Woo.
you know,
Hey now.
hey, gotta do what you gotta do.
That's right. That's right. Do you think that there will be, excuse me, it's not COVID, I promise. Do you think that there will be,
It's allergy season and everyone's freaking out at a sneeze.
I know, right? I know, right? Oh, sorry. Jocelyn chimes in again and says, but if everyone was required to use their own bat and gloves, it wouldn't be that much of a switch, unlike other sports. But I think there's still that whole, what do you do in the dugout? And what do you do, you're still passing bases and you're still, the ball is being pitched and different people are touching it. And
Breathing heavier
yeah,
on them.
I mean,
when you're running past, you're touching the ball. I mean,
I can totally,
yeah,
I can totally see your point.
The rabbit hole.
Yeah, I can totally see your point, and I guess soccer, would be one of those things where it's even less. I mean, it's just one ball, but you're passing it. I don't know. It's such a slippery slope to say that. Well, these things are permitted and these things aren't permitted. It's I don't know. Sorry, where was I going with it? Oh yeah, so do you think that there will be some kind of social apprehension when we are allowed to open things back up? Because we had this conversation with a couple of bandmates, and we were saying, God, this is going to be great because everybody's going to be so tired of sitting inside that as soon as this is the all normal bell is sounded, we're going to rush outside and we're going to go back to listening to live music, playing pool, playing darts, playing trivia, playing sports, all this, attending concerts. And then one of them said, hold up. I'm not sure that even when the all clear gets sounded that I'm going to feel comfortable going and sitting in a large group of people because who really knows, right? Is everything okay? Do you think that there's going to be a cooling off period like that before people actually kind of rush out to do these things?
I think it absolutely depends on what sector you're going with. For bars and restaurants, I think it's going to be split down the middle, more so for restaurants than bars, because more people will be reserved. Sports fanatics, they're out there as soon as they can say it. There is no holding anybody back for that. It just depends on what it is, and it's just being a fan of whatever as well, because you can eat at home. You don't need to go to a restaurant, but you're not playing baseball at home with all of your friends. So things like that, it's going to happen, and it's going to happen by force.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. You have to take it on a case-by-case basis for sure. I want to ask you the same commonality questions I've been asking everyone else, and that is, and I will ask them independently as I have learned to do because I tend to ask these questions together, and people get so concentrated on the first question they forget the second question. So, long-winded explanations aside, the first question is, from the life of normalcy about a month ago when we were allowed to do whatever we liked and so on and so forth, what's the thing that you miss the most?
I know you can't tell by looking at this physique, but I miss going to the gym every day. I used to go every morning with my sister, and it was just a good bonding experience, and tried to get a little bit healthier, and I absolutely miss it very much.
Okay, good. You look fine to me. I'm just going to say that. The flip side of that question is, now that you've been forced to kind of be a homebody or a recluse, I guess if we want to go that far, we've been forced to spend all this time with just ourselves. Has there been anything to your surprise that you found comforting or joyful from that?
Again, I feel like this is so bad and I don't want people to get mad at me, but I enjoy this. I like staying at home. I like being by myself. There's so many books to read. There's so much to go read on the internet and movies to watch. I'm okay with this. I don't like that I'm being told to do the things I like. But this is a Friday night for me. I don't go out and go crazy parties anymore. I'm not that girl out on the weekend every time anymore. So I like it. I wish I could go out, but it's not the worst thing for me. I know a lot of people have it way harder than me.
Yeah. I'll agree with you there that I was built for this time too. Like somebody asked me recently, are you finding it hard to cope? And I'm like, let me ask you this question. You think that I'm really upset that I don't have to go to a job and that I can basically sit at home and make music all day? No, I'm good. Apart from, obviously the financial stress and all that kind of stuff. But
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, yeah, I will echo that sentiment. I feel like, these times I'm fine with them as well. I'm fine with them as well. The last question I have and thank you so much, by the way, for being willing to be a part of this and lending your voice to the
No
conversation
problem.
and maintaining that human contact. I can't even remember how the husband and wife thing came up anymore. It was something to do with Boblo. Anyway.
I started it. That's all I know.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I wanted you to play some Counting Crows, and that was my flirtatious way of getting you to do it.
That might have been what it was. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll play some Counting Crows when we're done this. There you go. So we don't get divorced. The last question I kind of want to ask is, and especially from your perspective, we all know the things that we've been told to do. And like you just said, I don't particularly like being told, to stay home and enjoy myself. But if you were able to make the rules or even just on your own social barometer of your opinion of what people should or shouldn't be, like what is it that people should or shouldn't be doing right now? Or is there something that we could be doing better to kind of contain this situation?
That is a heavy question.
You're welcome.
I think learning how to use gloves properly, because watching people out in the public using their gloves wrong boils my blood. I think I have a lot of friends in the medical field. I think they need a lot more help. They need way more supplies, and they're suffering. I think there needs to be a huge backup plan for that, because masks need to be overflowing for them. Gloves need to be overflowing for them, and that's not happening, and that's really outrageous to me. But I think everyone's just kind of doing the best they can. There's the random people. Like, we had a couple of people protesting out in front of Shoppers today.
No.
That's ridiculous. Go home. Other than that, it hasn't been crazy. I think everyone's just doing the best they could. And you can't really ask for more than that.
I agree. And to the point, I mean, I guess I can kind of understand why these people go out there and do these protests, because at some point you're going to reach a tipping point. You're going to reach a boiling point where people who, maybe they're not receiving enough money to help them, maintain their lifestyle or whatever it is. And they feel that the only thing they can do is try to act out on that by protesting. But really, I think it's the wrong thing to do personally. You are also 100% correct when you talk about the use of gloves, and that's something that makes my blood boil every time I see it. I've had to go out to the grocery store and the drugstore a few times to get essentials and so on and so forth. And the amount of people I see in the grocery store wearing these gloves boggles my mind. And what they don't understand is that from a medical point of view, these are single-task, single-use gloves. So when a nurse takes a pair of gloves and they perform a task like picking up a scalpel and handing it or whatever, or something like that, the gloves come off, they get thrown away, they put on another set of gloves. That's why these people go through so many pairs of gloves. When you're at the grocery store and you're wearing one pair of gloves that you put on and you touch the handle of the cart, and then you move you touch this product and you look at it and you put it back, and then you go there and you touch this product and put it in your cart.
Go on your phone.
Yes, and then go on your phone. Exactly. And then you take all these things and you put them in your car, and then you take your gloves off and say, well, I guess I'm protected, except for all of the things you've just contaminated by touching them with the same pair of gloves. Yeah.
And above and beyond that, there's so many gloves tossed on the ground in the parking lot.
Yeah.
It's a whole nother issue. And
I used to have this really funny thing that I would say to people if I could catch up to them. People, big pet peeve for me is people that don't use their blinker when they're changing lanes or when they're turning in their cars, right? And so I'd always catch up and I'd be like, oh, hey, it's not an optional thing when you buy your car. There's a little lever on the side that helps the rest of us understand what the heck you're trying to do when you're driving. So I just want to say to these people that are littering all over the place, it's amazing. They've invented these receptacles that, are everywhere, outside everywhere. They're in stores where you can actually deposit your trash. I just feel
You're
like
nicer about it than I am. If I saw it, I would like to pick them up and glove slap, but
Yeah.
I haven't actually seen anyone do it. I've just seen the end result.
yeah, it's disgusting and
Violence is not the answer.
no,
People watching.
violence is 100% the answer sometimes. Sometimes you have no recourse but to be violent, and I'm going to start carrying a trout in my car, and every time I see somebody that's, not disposing of their gloves, I'm just going to
It's flat.
slap them with a trout. Yeah. Anyway, Brittany, thank you so much for being a part of the conversation, being willing to do this, and not getting mad at me for running so far over time. I feel really badly about that.
Musicians, man, it happens.
Yeah, well, I have no excuse. Just time ran away from me, and I wasn't paying attention as I should have been. So thank you very much for being gracious about that.
No problem.
And I look
Thanks
forward.
for having me.
Yeah, of course. I look forward to being able to come and play out at the Beach House Restaurant again. I hope it gets.
It'll happen.
I hope it gets.
It'll
to happen.
happen.
Yeah, for sure. Well, be safe, and reach out and virtually touch your friends. Go out, use FaceTime, use Facebook Messenger, use Zoom, use Duo, use whatever you can to remind yourself that just because you're stuck in your house doesn't necessarily mean that you can't have this kind of human contact, right? So let's make use of it.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much, and
No problem.
be safe.
All right, you too.
Oh,
Have a good night, everybody.
let me ask you this, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
If so, is Chicano's doing delivery then?
The census right now is that they are going to be open next weekend with a limited menu.
Okay.
I haven't gotten the menu yet, but it will be posted on the Facebook page once that happens. I will not be working, but there will be people there.
Okay, well then do me a favor then and post the Facebook link in the comment section for the video so that people can go and check it out and kind of keep an eye on it, because I've never actually had the food there, truth be told, but I've heard it's absolutely fantastic.
It's so good, I miss it.
Well, just order some when the takeout happens. There you go.
I'm going to have to.
All right, Brittany, thank you so much.
No problem. Have a good night.
Be safe.
Bye.
Well, there you had the lovely Brittany Peterson being so understanding of my complete disregard of time. Oh, dear. Oh, yeah, Jocelyn, there's another one. Taking your gloves off with your teeth. Yeah, good Lord. I don't understand. I don't understand the false sense of security that people think that they're giving themselves with all these measures that they think they're taking, and it's proving to be nonsensical. That's what it is. All right, well, let's get back to some music because we are about halfway to our next guest. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put on something that was sent to me by Mr. Kevin Gagnon. He sent something earlier, and it was great. It was a track of his original CD, and I believe this is another one. It is called Border City Drive, and it's a cool, upbeat little number. I listened to it, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I believe that you will as well. If there is anybody out there that is looking to perform something, all you got to do is do what Kevin did. Just hold up your phone, record yourself, send it to me, and I would be happy to play it. And we can it's just one of those fun things that everybody can get behind and see that, everybody's having fun discovering their artistic side. People are discovering artistic sides they didn't know they had. I think it's wonderful all the way around. Anyway, without further ado, here is Kevin K. Gagnon with Border City Drive. There we go with a little miscuing. My head is just not in it today. Oh man. I need to learn some time management skills. I need to learn that when I have something that's upcoming, I need to learn just to put a pin in everything else and just say, nope, I need to go do this thing right now, and everything else can wait. Because then you know what happens is I just get freaked out, and I'm not sure of myself, and I'm not sure what's happening, and it's a really uncomfortable place for me to be. Especially when there are so many moving components as it is, you know. There's so many things that I'm trying to do, and it just really screws up my game when I come in underprepared. So anyway, apologies to everyone. I hope that you stick with it. And yes, Jocelyn, 100%. That's totally the best way to end that song. Ba-dum-bum. Well, that was rather upbeat. Let's do an upbeat number here too. And Brittany, let me know what Counting Crows song you want, and I'll try to do that too.
Now you may think of foolish things to do. You may wonder how come I love you when you get on my nerves like you do. Baby, you know you bug me. There ain't no secret about that. Well, come on over here and hug me. Baby, I'll spill the facts. Well, honey, it ain't your money. 'Cause baby, I got plenty of that. I love you for your pink Cadillac, crushed velvet seats, riding in the back, oozing down the streets. You wave to the girls, stealing out of sight, spending all your money on a Saturday night. Honey, I just wonder what you do there in the back of your pink Cadillac, pink Cadillac. Well, now way back in the Bible, temptations always come along. There's always somebody tempting somebody into doing something they know is wrong. Well, they tempt you, man, with silver. They tempt you, sir, with gold. And they tempt you with the pleasure that the flesh does surely hold. They say that Eve tempted Adam with an apple, but man, I ain't going for that. I know it was her pink Cadillac, crushed velvet seats, riding in the back, cruising down the street, and no waving to the girls, feeling out of sight, spending all my money on a Saturday night. Honey, I just wonder what it feels like in the back of your I got the problems of an adult on my head, on my shoulders. I'm an adult now. Well, now some folks say it's too big, it uses too much gas. Some folks say it's too old, and that it goes too fast. But my love is bigger than a Honda, bigger than a Subaru. And there is only one thing, one car that will do. Anyway, we don't have to drive it, honey, we can park it out the back and have a party in your pink Cadillac. Crushed velvet seats, riding in the back, cruising down the streets, waving to the girls, feeling out of sight, spending all my money on a Saturday night. Honey, I just wonder what it feels like in the back of your pink Cadillac, pink Cadillac. You take the thunder from the mountain, you take the fire from the tree, you take a young man's song and get you down, you make it all one born to see. You better hide it, hide. You better jump and run. You better hide it, hide it, hide. Your man is down the road.
Alrighty. Sort of a mini mashup there. Not 100% mashed. We were semi-mashed. Well, now I'm keeping an eye on the time. I'm bound and determined that I'm not going to be late for our next guest. How disrespectful was that? Oh my goodness. I can't believe she carried on the call like a trooper. Status update for the 1067 studio here. Some skunk has let off a thing that skunks do. And the smell of it is now permeating the studio. This is pretty much summing up my day. Oh, boy. Well, let's get our next guest on the line. That'll take my mind off of it. My next guest is a playwright and a performer and an all-around fabulously entertaining human being. I went to high school with him. He was ahead of me in high school, and I looked up to him greatly in terms of his performance credentials. He's a big Doctor Who fan. He used to have a Doctor Who scarf that he would wear to school every day. That much I remember specifically. I do have him on the line, and I'm switching him off the crotch cam, switching him over to the actual camera. And we had him on video, but then his video disappeared. Rob, I think somehow you shut off the video on your phone. Let's see. Nope, still black. I don't know if he can hear me. Oh, hello, Rob. Are you there? Oh, no, he's hung up. Let me try it again. I'm going to try it again. He was that offended by the crotch cam. There's nothing I can do about it. It's the first camera that comes up. The very first camera. Woodblock theme song. Oh God, Jocelyn, you're right. See, you've been so ill for the past little while, and it just makes everything better. Okay, there we go. Now we have video again. We have video, and are we back on the crotch cam? No, we're back on a different cam. Now we're going to go to this cam because clearly, there we go. All right, hang on. Before we lose the video again, let me bring him over into the conversation. Mr. Rob Timmick, are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me okay?
I certainly can. You're coming in long, loud,
Hello?
and proud. No, I can absolutely hear you. Yes.
You just completely glitched on me. Are you there?
I am here. Are we living in the Matrix? Is that what's happening right now?
We're living in the probably don't have the best server on my end. Is probably what we're living in.
Well, let me ask you this: are you on a phone?
No, I'm actually using a PC because the camera is better on this one.
Okay. Because sometimes I've found that in recent chats, especially around this time of night when it gets to be prime time, that the cellular thing works better. But we'll go with this. We'll go with this until it doesn't work. How about that?
Works for me.
Okay, perfect. Well, first,
You're kind of good now. I figured we'd buffer for a second and then sync up.
Sounds good. Let me ask you the most important question, of course, in this whole process is how are you doing? Are you feeling okay? Everybody, and you're happy and healthy, and everything's fine.
Oh yeah. We have a similar temperament in that I'm very comfortable self-isolating. I was doing a whole lot of it even before it was imposed, right?
Yes.
I know a lot of people think because I'm an actor that I'm extremely extroverted. And it's more a case of I have an extroverted side, but I also have a side that needs alone time too. So when I am actually performing, I'm being ultra extroverted, which means I now have to polarize and go ultra introverted. So I'm just kind of happy that right now it's more, and not even ultra introverted now, but it's comfortably introverted. I'm not really making a huge adjustment to any of this.
Gotcha. I know that over the years you've gone by different nom de plumes.
Pseudonyms.
Yes. At very varying stages in your career, and I'm wondering about that in terms of the choice for those. We spoke a little bit ago with Lawrence Lavender, who does the drag shows. And we talked about the concept of being in costume, and somebody like an Elton John who uses a garish costume to just draw attention away from himself personally. Do you find that you use the nom de plume in order, or the pseudonym, in order to express sides of yourself that you would be uncomfortable expressing as Rob Timmick, or is it that you basically assume the identity of a character to be more in touch with that character?
It's a very, very introspective question. And sadly, my answer is pretty disappointing. It was usually more for practical reasons. The big one I was using when we first started reconnecting was because I was doing Yuck Yucks at the time. And I was also doing a lot of children's entertainment at the time. And those two worlds don't fit together very well. Doing a lot of adult comedy, and then hours previously I'm entertaining kids at a children's party, and I kind of didn't want those worlds to meet more than they needed to. There were still times when people were like, "Hey, I saw you at Yuck Yucks last week, and you were making horribly profane jokes," right? And usually they were okay with accepting that I can be in two different worlds like that. But I thought, let's not take any more risks than we have to. So when I was doing more of the sort of adult comedy scene, I was using that pseudonym a whole lot more. Now, nowadays I'm not doing so much kid stuff anymore, so I'm not so worried about it. So you will see my real name more often now. But at that point in my career, I thought it was a good idea to work under a stage name.
Yeah, understood. And it's interesting because there are some people that use the pseudonym or use the mask, as we may call it, to allow themselves allow their inhibitions to be lowered, because I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
Turd Ferguson is doing this if I use my own pseudonym, right? But you use it to make a differentiation between two very different thematic kinds of entertainment, which is smart. I never even thought about doing it that way, and that's great. I'm gonna have to start doing that too, because my plan will be, when I play music terribly, I'll be Turd Ferguson, and then when I play it okay, I'll be myself.
I already want a Turd Ferguson T-shirt. As soon as they get made up.
Yeah,
I will.
Absolutely. You're customer number one. I should I led into your segment a little bit before we were getting connected to let people know that we did go to high school together. We attended the same high school at roughly the same time. You were a little ahead of me.
We were both considerably skinnier at the time too.
We were, yes. Actually,
both very thin lads.
Both of us back then would have made up one of us now.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
But the one thing that I always remember very fondly of you was that you had a very quick wit, and you were willing to share that with people, which I thought was very cool. And I often wondered, as people left the high school life where you beginning to understand yourself and develop the career path that you want to go on, and that you chose to continue with that kind of performance and comedic career. And I'm wondering, what kind of pressures did that place on you in terms of not getting a regular job, that you chose to stuck it out and instead do something that you were passionate about?
Well, I mean, first of all, if we want to be accurate, I didn't do it right away out of high school. I actually went away to Ottawa for most of the 90s and just tried to have a normal life, which actually was probably the best move I could have made, because it grounded me, so that when I did finally decide to start getting back into the arts, I was like, okay, this is great, but you got to turn this into a paycheck. You gotta be able to cover some bills with this. Because I'd lived, a normal kind of 9-to-5 life for a decade. So it was kind of good that I did sort of cower away from what I really wanted to do for a while. I did it when I first started getting back into it. I kind of regretted it a bit, but then I realized, no, it was, like I said, it was one of the best moves I could have made. As I got back into it, I mean, I think my poor parents were probably the most concerned, because they knew I had a pretty successful, decent career by that point. I was making some okay cash in a nice little middle management position, and they were more than anything were like, well, are you gonna be able to pay your bills doing this silly acting and writing stuff? And I was like, yeah. I kind of walked in knowing that I got to find a way to make some money from this while still being an artist too. And I mean, that's a tricky maneuver in itself, right?
Absolutely.
But yeah, that was probably one of the biggest things was understanding the economics of it, which I think and I have seen people that have gone straight from school into their art, and they're the ones that do tend to have way more problems, because they still don't know how to do their laundry properly, right? But so I think, like I said, that's still a tricky transition to really genuinely pursue your passion if art is your passion. But again, I think being in the real world for a while made that considerably less painful than it is for most people who try to pursue an artistic passion.
Yeah. I think you make a salient point there that, it was probably most people, when they come out of high school, or even university for that matter, they have no real world experience, so they don't know what it's like to have to pay a regular bill, or take care of themselves or anything like that. So at one point, maybe trying to go what we would classify as the straight and narrow path, I guess, gives you an appreciation for those life skills. But then you're either going to land on one side of that coin or the other. You're going to land on the side that, hey, this day gig ain't so bad, and I can still go and do this recreationally. Or you land on the other side and say, okay, I tried that, not for me. Time to go back to what makes me truly happy. So,
and that's where I was at as I started getting into the end of the '90s, new millennium. I was like, I've enjoyed this. I don't think this is bad, but I'm still kind of feeling hollow inside. Something's missing. And I had been doing it a little bit recreationally, and I was just like, let's look into this a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I was just sort of like, yeah, this is kind of what I've always meant to be doing.
Yeah. That's a very aha moment that not a lot of people are granted. So, good on you for recognizing it and having the courage to act on it, right? A lot of people don't realize that moment maybe came for them when they were not able to kind of take that stand, right?
Yeah.
When you went back into doing it, and I have down on your title card that you're a playwright / performer, because I figured that
right.
was the most all encompassing but least verbiage that I could use.
Yeah. Yeah. It does actually get a little bit tricky. I do wear quite a few different hats.
Exactly.
It gets tough because I don't even like enumerating all of them, because then I start sounding really pretentious.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, well, I'm a writer and a poet and an actor and a director and a producer and 13 other things. So I prefer when people encapsulate it and try to encapsulate it as accurately as possible. So thank you for that.
And was I accurate enough for your liking, I guess, is where I'm going with that.
Oh, definitely. Those are my two biggest things are writing plays and acting. So you nailed it.
Talk. Well, thank you. Well, talk a little bit about the playwriting aspect, because it's one thing to go off and try and make your career as a performing actor, but I think it's something very much something else to go out and try and create your own content, because you don't get to rely upon the tried and true plays. Let's say you're crafting something that's your own into the world, and explain that process a little bit.
Why did I decide I wanted to be a playwright too? Is that sort of what you're asking, or you just want me to get into the process?
Well, let's do both. What prompted it, and then as you discovered that that's what you wanted to do, what's the process?
Well, again, like, the playwriting came more for practical reasons, as is often the case with career choices that I make, is that if I'm writing the plays, I'm creating more work for myself, right? Rather than just going to auditions all the time and hoping to get parts, which I still do. I still work for a whole lot of other people besides myself, and I think that's important to have that in my career too. But it also means that it's like, oh, I got a dry spell. I didn't get that last audition. Why don't I just
write a play?
Write something for myself. What's that?
I said, why not just write a play?
Yeah, exactly. And now I have work, right?
Yeah.
So that's sort of part of where it came from. I mean, I've just always loved writing too, and I've worked in several different styles, but I find playwriting to be the most interesting style to work in. I think because it's one of the most challenging, because you're working with a lot of restrictions, right? Like I've done some work on screenplays, and had some stuff move very close to being greenlit by some major production companies even, which was pretty impressive. I mean, it still hasn't quite happened yet, and if it does, great. If not, I'm okay with that too, because screenwriting is just so easy. It's like, if I need a helicopter to land in the third scene, I just write helicopter lands in third scene, and yeah, that's now the production company's problem, right? Whereas you can't land a helicopter in a third scene in a play. You can maybe sort of have it happen off stage and have characters comment on it, and that's far more stimulating for me and more challenging to go, well, how do I work around that obstacle? So that's why I think playwriting is still my favorite thing to do as a writer. Oddly enough, as an artist, I actually like being restricted so that I can find my way out of those restrictions. And that's sort of what goes on a lot in the process of writing plays. Is, you know, I've studied enough plays to know what the conventions are and when to use them and when to actually, you know, work against them and create something new and different that way. And that's just a very fun process for me. Obviously, I'm getting quite a bit more writing down right now because of this. So I can even, like, sort of, if you want to get into process a bit, like one of the scripts I'm working on right now, works in 2 different time zones. I'm telling a story in 2 different periods, and I jump between the 2 on a regular basis. Well, with the screenplay, it's just a jump cut, right?
Yeah.
It's just cut from this scene to that scene. But with a live production, now I've got to work through all these mechanics of, well, I got to get this character out of the scene by this moment so that they can come back and be in the other time zone when they re-enter, and I've got to work out who's going to clear what off the stage to create the new scene. And that's all that is, for me, is kind of almost the most fun I have when I'm writing a play, is working out the mechanics on different levels, like thematically too, not just technically, right? Like, well, what's the main theme of this play? When do I try to be subtle about that theme, and when do I finally kind of ram it down the audience's throat for a minute or two?
Right.
Because even one of the conventions of playwriting is that you are supposed to get up on that soapbox every once in a while and kind of almost, not too hard, but sort of preach your point to the audience at some point. And audiences almost sort of walk in with that expectation with the play, right? So all that is the fun I have with the process of, it's almost like, the difference between composing a song and writing a song. You write the song, it's all just kind of coming out from you all at once. But then you go back and start looking at the arrangement and figuring out what works best to present the point of that song.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm plenty happy to sort of just crap out my dialogue as quickly as possible, and then go back and start tweaking.
Sure.
And because that's the real fun for me.
Look at it from a subtractive or a reductionist point of view. Once the ideas are all out there, then you just begin to refine them until they're in the shape that you want. Like almost like sculpting, right? You take a big block of granite and you go, cool, now let's make a naked guy.
Or even punch it up in certain places too.
Sure,
Sometimes you're adding some extra rock to the sculpture if you want to keep going with that metaphor, right?
Yeah.
It's all about because everything in live theater is very succinct, right? You don't put something on stage unless it's really, really meant to be there. So you get to be a whole lot more thorough. You get to contemplate your navel a whole lot more too. That's another fun side of it.
Sure. I want to ask, I understand 100% what you're saying about the difficulty with, being able to transition from time period to time period or scene to scene. And that's one of the things that's always fascinated me most about actual plays, live plays, as opposed to screen on film or on television, is that the genius of set design, I think, is lost on most people when they realize that, like, how many things that those pieces, those props, and that scenery must become in order to accomplish the vision. And it's almost wizardry to watch a set designer at work who's able to transform using very minimal shifts of things. Yes.
Well, and lighting certainly contributes to that too. And even sound to some extent can help.
Sure.
But like, I've seen some genius sets that sort of, just by shining a light from a new position, turns it into something else.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Sadly, though, you're talking to a minimalist guy. so my favorite thing is to just put as little as possible into my performance area.
Sure.
Like, I work floor level a lot even. I'm not even big on stages. And then and that's the audience says over and over, they're like, we kind of love that you're minimalist because we create a way better set in our heads than you can probably ever build anyway, right?
Well, that's interesting. That's like the people... That's like the people that say, they get disappointed when they watch the movie after it was a book that they've read and have really enjoyed, because they've crafted this entire universe in their minds, and it's completely different, right? I want to ask you, when you're writing a play, what comes first? Does the situational thing come first, where you think of a situation or an event and then you want to describe it, or do the characters come first, or does what does that look like, or is it different depending on the project?
Yeah, great point already. It tends to vary. I can sometimes it is sort of like a central premise, and I'm like, okay, well let's build that into a full play now. And then other times, a recent play that I produced was written specifically for an actress that I've worked with endlessly, and she was suffering from typecasting because she's very gifted comedian, and it tends to happen in live performance when you find a woman in particular who's really good at being funny. You just want to see her in comedic roles. So in that case, it was like I could see. Oh, I was stupid enough to complain to her about it initially. This is kind of where it started. So I was
Sure.
getting typecasted a bit in comedy, and she was very nice about it, but she just sort of gave me this magic look, like, you're so talking to the wrong person about this right now.
Please.
She way more typecasted for comedy than I could ever hope to.
Yeah.
Especially since I can write. So if I am getting annoyed with typecasting, I just write myself a serious role, right? Or vice versa. If I'm getting tired of being typecast in dramatic stuff, I write myself a comedic role. So I thought, let's give her something serious. And that's where it started, was what kind of character can I give her that she can really
Sure.
sink her teeth into. So I gave her this very sad character who was suffering from a sort of genetically inherited mental health condition, and we just watched her disintegrate on stage. So in that case, it started with the character. I want her, and apparently I also involved a lot of hand movement when I was.
Well, it does help. It does help. Yes.
Yeah. So it started with, okay, let's how do I want this character to kind of fall apart to her audience. How do I do that now? And then the story came second. It was character first. But in other cases, it can be the exact reverse, where it's like, wouldn't it be neat if something like this happened in a story? And then how do I build around that one event that I want the story to lead to, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it really does vary from case to case. You're also talking to somebody who writes to spec a lot, right? That is an actual source of income for me, where I do get commissions on a fairly regular basis.
Oh, really?
So that's trickier now, because someone might say, I've done a lot of social awareness organizations have approached me over the years and said something like, well, we want a play about homelessness from you. Right, and that's pretty much all they're giving me.
Yeah, right.
Write me something about homelessness, and I produce it and they perform it at a fundraiser of some sort, right? So now it's like, that's all I got is homelessness. I got to build this from there.
Yeah.
And so there's so many different starting points, and it really does depend on situation to situation.
And you could always just lead off with Jacob, a man who spoke endlessly with his hands, realized suddenly he was homeless. And that's all you mentioned. Then you go to the rest of the player. You didn't know you had this crazy Italian side in your... All right.
I've also got a French background, and French tend to talk with their hands.
There you go. We have a couple of comments in the chat that I want to read out to you from Jacob Wesley Campbell, or Wesley Campbell. Jacob Wesley Campbell. There we go. Got it out in 5. He says, what advice would you give to someone who wants to start writing that doesn't have a lot of experience? And there's another question right underneath that, which kind of is the same thing, so it maybe refines that question a little bit more. He says, where would you suggest someone starts to learn about the structure of this kind of writing?
Ooh. Like it kind of boils down to, what do you want to write? Is he asking about playwriting, for instance?
I would assume yes.
Yeah. I mean, especially something like YouTube, you could even just start with that. Just, put how to write a play into the search engine and work from there. A lot of it, too, especially if he is interested in playwriting, the mandate of my theater company is not just to produce my own works, but the original works of anyone that wants to write a play. And I've produced any number of other people over the years. So I mean, if he wants to DM me, because he's got an idea for something, a lot of it is even like sort of the workshopping process is to write something and then put it in front of more experienced writers, and they'll help you along. Most of the time,
Yeah.
There are very pompous writers out there who will do you more bad than good, rather. But a lot of times, because I'm trying to produce their works, I want it to be something producible. So
Sure.
I tend to have a playwright's best interests at heart. So that's kind of something you might want to latch onto too. Is to, again, particularly with my case, if they want to write plays, I have a vested interest in you if you submit a play to me. I want to produce that play and get us to both make some money off of it, right? Because I do pay my playwrights for their work too. So I'll shoot pretty straight with you and do my best to give you something really, really good. But it is probably helpful to have some degree of mentorship, or to even, like in my case, I even just read a lot of plays, right? So just, again, thanks to the internet, there's plenty of plays that you can read for free online, whereas I had, when I was growing up, I had to buy the damn books, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of there's a lot of free stuff out there now, and a lot of the times, if you just start reading a lot of plays, you start absorbing the techniques almost through osmosis, right?
Yeah.
You sort of go, oh yeah, I liked what Tennessee Williams did there. That was a really neat convention. What can I do to put my spin on a convention like that? And you start seeing the structure, and some of it's more obvious than others. Like if you're writing a full-length play in 2 acts, you got to have a cliffhanger at the end of Act 1 to get people to come back after intermission, right?
Yeah.
Some of it's simple as that. Others, it's far more complex, and you kind of only learn over a period of time by studying plays, maybe getting a little bit of formal education of some sort, which again can be as simple as just doing some online research.
Yeah.
And then if you can find a writer, a more experienced writer that you genuinely trust, that'll help a lot too. The other point I would make, though, is don't waste that writer's time. Don't say, well, let's go have a coffee and talk about what I want to write for an hour, and then I never get around to writing it.
Yeah. Be committed.
Be more like, I wrote something. Let's sit down and look at it, right? Give me a product.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be something that's ready to go. It can just be, it can be an idea or a rough draft or a treatment or a here's an extremely verbose thing that we need to whittle down, because there's definitely a structure to playwriting that's different than writing a novel or writing a narrative, because you have to take into account that you are crafting the universe for that person. I mean, okay, and I'm speaking from a place of total, I did my share of acting as well, but I certainly didn't take it to the extent that you are. So maybe I shouldn't answer these questions and just let you answer.
You're spot on.
Okay.
You're very right. Well, I would even say, to the extent of, like, you cannot even have a finished work and bring it to me. You could maybe have only the first 3 scenes of your play done. We'll sit down and look at that, and we'll go through it and see how it's coming along. And I like to look at pros and cons. I'll definitely, and I think that's very important in choosing, a mentor writer of some sort, is if they are just tearing your crap down, they're not really achieving much. And some people seem to think that that's what a mentor role is just telling you what you're doing wrong. Well, so long term, you're just discouraging somebody, right?
Absolutely.
So I kind of try to work on both ends of the spectrum, where I go, I think this is what you're trying to achieve here. If it is, you achieved it well here. Over here, it needs some work, right? And I can do that with just 2 or 3 scenes, but
Sure.
I can't do that with nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? And sorry, Jacob is actually Jocelyn. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting that she occasionally switches to her boyfriend's phone, but she does say, "You can call me Jacob, though. That can be my stage name." So,
Sure.
so there you go. And you answered her other question, which was, how far along of an idea would you expect a playwright to present you with? So, kudos on you for mind reading. That was wonderful.
I tend to have gotten this question quite often.
No doubt, no doubt. You did raise an extremely important issue, though, that I want to touch a little bit more on, and that is the issue of trust. Because I think a lot of times what happens with people that are creative is that we're always a little bit wary to share our creativity and our ideas with people that are in the same field, that maybe we think that oh, we share this idea with them, and all of a sudden they're going to say, no, thanks, not interested. And then we turn around and say, Rob Timmick producing a new play, which is XYZ, so on and so forth. So what lengths can we go to kind of establish that kind of trust between, aspiring playwrights and established playwrights?
Well, we're a bit luckier in a city like Windsor because it's a smaller community. So if I pull off a stunt like that, that's going to come back and bite me in the butt. I say butt because I'm thinking we're trying to stay as PG as possible.
Listen, don't be an ass.
Yeah, that'll come back and bite me in the butt very, very quickly, and it will rob me of employment even in some cases, right? If we were in a city like Toronto, that might be a little bit riskier. You might want to look into. You can't even really copyright an early draft. That's part of the problem too. Sometimes you just kind of have to trust them by reputation, and that's again where I'm lucky is that pretty much anybody that's professional in this industry around here trusts me a whole lot. I've built up a reputation with them. That's one of your advantages of being a big fish in a small pond, I guess. So yeah, I mean, there have been times where even someone started working on something and then kind of gave up the ghost on it, and I said, I'd still like to keep going with this. I'll give you a co-writing credit and give you a percentage of what I make. I'm very much into if it wasn't my original idea, I want to give credit to whoever's idea it was.
Right.
And I mean, there was even a really goofy one-man show I did not too long ago that was like originally my friend just kind of pitching it to me. He's not a writer at all, so he had no idea how to do it. So he was just like, wouldn't it be funny if you did a one-man show about this? So I gave him, he was amazed even that I gave him credit in all of my promotional material based on an idea by Zachary Ducharme is his name.
Nice.
Who we actually went to high school too with. And that was important to me. And I even said, I can give you a cut too if you'd like. And he was like, I gave you the roughest synopsis in the world. Don't worry about it. You did a ton of refining and turned it into a real story. He says, I'm plenty happy with just seeing my name on a poster.
Sure,
and
yeah.
And of course, I comped him when he went to go see it too. I was like,
well, yeah.
At least let me let you watch it for free. So again, being in the community that we're in, it's small enough that you got to watch P's and Q's if you even try to mess around with that a bit. And I would think there's something similar that goes on with music in this community too.
Very much so. Yeah, very much so.
With the low ceiling that we have, it don't take long for a bad reputation to get out and for it to damage you.
100%, almost irreparably at times.
Yeah.
I want to talk a little bit about something that you have been doing for some time, which are the tours. And
the walking ones or the bus ones or both?
Both. Yeah, just the tours in general. How did you arrive at those opportunities, and have you found that they've been something that's incredibly rewarding?
Okay, well, how I arrived at it was, as usual, me just looking for work. In the case of the ghost walks that I produced for quite a few years, that was a spec job. It was originally for Sandwich Town. A couple of other areas in Windsor, Essex started approaching me after a while, but it originally started with Sandwich Town BIA just going, look, we're the oldest part of the city. We have ghost folklore here. We need somebody that's going to sort of bring that to the public attention. So they approached me and gave me a bunch of seed money, and I was like, okay, let's run with this, which ultimately kind of extended itself into the bus tours. Now, the bus tours I don't generally produce myself. It was somebody else that started them. And as soon as I found out that it was a paying gig, though, I was like, hi, I'm Rob Timmick, and you're dropping a dime, so I'm here. Since then, he's designed a few more tours. Like initially, he was just doing the Rum Runner tour, and he obviously brought me on board and hired me to help write some of the material too. So it's parlayed into a writing job too. I find all of it very rewarding. Again, because it's having to work within those restrictions, and find a way to overcome them. Because particularly the bus stuff, it ain't always so easy to perform to an audience on a bus, right?
Yeah.
You're taking all these sharp turns. I think what's most interesting is maintaining the flow, because you can have some days where you've got to get from point A to point B and tell a story in that period. And on some days, you get every green light in the world to get to point B. And so you're chopping away a whole bunch of material to still get to the next point on time.
Yeah.
Because you have people at that next stop that's going, all right, we're waiting for you. We need to take them to the next period of, I can't just keep going, too bad, this is a 12-minute story and I'm going to hold you for 12 minutes, right? Or in other cases, you're like, oh, crap, I'm getting every red light on the way. And so now you're like, pull in more and more stuff out. And I love that challenge of, I particularly love it when there are the red lights, because it's like, whoa, what can I put in here to fill it out? And it's storytelling, so you can expand on certain story points, or on other occasions I might do something interactive with somebody in the audience that becomes like a gag that drags it out. Or once or twice you've even just been like, hey guys, I'm out of material, who wants to hear a joke?
Yeah.
Right, and I just tell them a quick, family-friendly joke, which I always have a bunch of them in my repertoire, and that fills out the last 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So that again is very stimulating for me.
You have to be very comfortable in the role of improvisation in order to really excel in those kind of situations, right? There are people who that just won't work for. But someone like yourself, just speaking, having known you for as long as I have, someone like myself, where, throw me in the fire, and I'll probably perform better than if I had to just rote and regurgitate.
Yeah. Well, because you get bored, right?
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
And I'm the most dangerous person in the world when I get bored. I'm not a good person to be around when I get bored.
What what you do and what I do in the sense of performing and entertaining, it's extremely social, and it's a situation where you really do require an audience in order to feed off that energy and to kind of help propel the story and propel the play along, or propel your energy along. What's your estimation when all this is over? We're all going to be so tired of being cooped up. Do you think there's going to be this mass rush back out to see plays and to see music and things like that, or is there going to be some kind of social apprehension about gathering in large groups? And ultimately, what does that do for someone like you who requires those groups in order to do the tours or do the plays?
Well, I liked a lot what your last guest said. I agree. I think it's going to be half and half, but I think mainly it's going to be positive. The way I see it, you get that initial rush of people that are just like, oh, I'm a caged animal and I've been let loose. I'm going to go consume way more entertainment than I normally would. And then they'll finally start going, whoa, I'm really in debt and I have to stop spending so much on entertainment. And that's probably when your second wave of people that were apprehensive will probably start stepping in, because they're like, okay, I watched a bunch of people go out and it's been a month or two, and or whatever amount of time, no one seems to be transmitting anymore, and they'll probably roll in and keep feeding people like us.
Sure.
Who require an audience. I think I'm going to be extra lucky too, because I'm listening to a lot of other theater companies who, sadly, because they do more elaborate productions, they haven't been able to rehearse anything.
Sure.
Right? So even once this gets lifted, they're going to need a couple of months at the very least to, get a show together and get it out. At this point, I've already got about a half dozen different places that are like, as soon as this is over, can you put something on here? And I'm like, yeah, because I have stuff like one-man shows, which, I'm kind of working on right now to have them ready for performance within like a matter of weeks after this gets lifted.
Sure.
So hopefully I get to reap a whirlwind that a lot of other, and I don't wish ill upon other theater companies, but I also still like to make money.
Yes.
And if I can find any edge, then it's going to be the fact that, you can pretty much say, like, I mean, the only restriction for me right now is if you want something, I want about a 2 to 3 week promotional schedule before the actual production, right?
Right.
Otherwise, we're not word out, right?
Yeah.
But otherwise, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
I've got stuff that I can pull out of my butt nice and quick.
You raise an interesting point. It's one that I was kind of discussing with another musician guest of mine that was on one of the other days. Is that, do we think that the smaller guys or the independent guys, and I was speaking musically, but certainly in the case of independent playwrights or smaller one man productions, do you think that we're actually going to get some more opportunity than we originally had because these larger scale productions simply won't be able to get hit the ground running as easily, right? Will it open up more areas of opportunity for us?
Well, I hope so. I think it probably will, because like you said, we're ready to roll within minutes if we need to be, right?
Yeah.
Particularly somebody like you, you're very much kind of, solo artist too in a lot of ways. I mean, you do work with bands too, and do some larger scale stuff. But like, if someone wanted to book you for, if this got lifted tomorrow and someone came up to you and said, "Can you give me something on Friday?" You could probably do it quite easily. I would
Just give me 5 minutes. I'll just walk out the door right now. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even this has been great practice for you because you're still, getting up in front of an audience anyway and playing.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to legitimately believe that we will be at an advantage when this is over.
Good.
But I'm also hoping.
Yeah.
But,
well,
I'm counting on it. I'd like to make some extra bucks.
Yeah.
Since I've lost some money during this period, I canceled, I think, 3 shows that were scheduled for March and April.
Yeah. All us performers are in the same boat. I mean, my schedule went from, if you looked at my Google Calendar, it was literally like a kaleidoscope of colors with all the different projects. And as of the second week of March, it's just white.
Yeah.
Actually,
my calendar was very similar.
Yeah. Somebody, another guest that I had on the other day, when I confirmed the booking with him, he said, "Oh, great, let me just put it in my calendar." And then he sent me a photo of his desk calendar, literally the only thing written in there. So
it's pretty. It was the same here. It's like when you were reminding me today, I was like, I didn't forget, Chris, because I got nothing else to really have to remember right now except that Chris is talking to me on Sunday night.
Nice. I want to read one more comment in the chat section here, and then I'll give you the little wrap up question. And I want to thank you so much for making the time. And it's always great. It's great for me to be able to catch up with old friends that I don't get to see all that time. And I consider you a dear old friend of mine.
Yes, we've got some miles.
We do have some miles, but we wear them well, sir. We do wear them well. Jocelyn says, again, since you wear so many hats with having different jobs, what do you feel will pick up first, i.e. the tours or the plays, etc.?
Oh, good question. Probably they'll probably both pretty much start up at the same time. I mean, I watched quite a few of, like, we're into the bus tour season right now, right? So I watched quite a few of those get canceled too. But again, I think there'll be a hunger there that as soon as it is lifted, and we can, like, I do a lot of, we have a lot of international tours too that come in. What people from the U.S. come in to take these bus tours in Windsor, which is great. We've like, there are people now way the hell out in Pennsylvania who had no idea what Windsor had to offer.
Yeah.
But came to one of these bus tours. I think I almost don't want to see those coming in too quickly. Just because of how poorly the States has been handling this.
Yeah.
But we also get tons of people from, GTA and even beyond who, again, a bunch of them had to cancel, and they'll probably be hungry as soon as it does get lifted, as soon as they are allowed to start doing some traveling. So I think that'll roll in pretty quickly, especially, again, since you consider that a lot of the people that take these tours are pensioners. Right, yeah. And they've been the least affected financially by this. Their pensions were still coming in, so they have the money. And then again, because I'm ready and raring to go with one-man show stuff, that'll start up pretty much just as quickly.
Yeah.
There's to it, like I said. Okay, there's about 3 places that immediately spring to mind that, like, because I had stuff scheduled there, they're already like, man, we wanted you in and we can't. So they'll be on the horn with me as soon as possible to get something set up.
For sure.
And then there were 3 or 4 other places that I was in the midst of setting stuff up with, so they're eager for me to do something in there too. So I think it'll all. I mean, again, I prefer my rosy-eyed approach, to be honest with you, rather than to sit around and be miserable and depressed.
Yeah.
And it may happen a different way. I'm open to that too. It may be that everything's still really quiet for a while, but I'm thinking it's all gonna kind of roll in nice and big like a giant snowball, and I'll just get on it and ride it.
Giant snowball of dollars coming your way. That's what it is.
Yeah, I'll be a millionaire, literally.
First, get $1 million. Second, listen. I want to thank you again for being willing to be part of the conversation, and for sharing your thoughts and your wisdom and your experience with us. It's been wonderful. I would highly encourage you to select your favorite soliloquy or your favorite part of even something that you have written or whatever, and record yourself performing it and send it to me so I can put on something besides music, because I would love to have something in performance.
I'll send you a spoken word piece.
Perfect.
A lot of people have loved my Yoda poem.
Perfect.
Over the years, I still get like stopped in the street. People are like, "Yeah, Yoda poem guy. I was at whatever artsy place, and you did your Yoda poem, and it was really, really good, and I liked it."
This is
Can you do it like right here in front of me in the streets?
this is exactly what I'm talking about.
I'll send you the Yoda poem at some point.
Perfect.
And you can. It'll be from my lovely kitchen.
It's all good.
It won't be much of a background.
You're looking at my lovely studio, which is not much of a background, so we're all in the same boat, man.
You got cool guitars and stuff. It makes you look artsy.
Oh, well, I don't know how to play them, but they are there.
They're there at least. Yeah, I'll go out. I'll do that in the next couple of days.
Awesome.
And I think what you're doing over here, I've watched quite a few of your broadcasts, and they're very entertaining.
Thank you.
So thanks for that back.
Well,
I've enjoyed it.
Thank you. Right back at you again. Thank you. it's a
love fest right now.
We're being infinitely recursively Canadian right now. That's
yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. We need to apologize more.
That's
but
right.
Otherwise, we're doing well.
I'm sorry about that I wasn't apologizing enough, by the way.
Okay, and I can't see the comments right now, but yeah, if there are some people that had some questions about writing and want to work on some submitting some stuff, or what have you, I'm on Facebook, obviously, or I wouldn't be doing this right now. You think you still have my name up? Feel free to DM, and we can discuss things.
I do, but if you wouldn't mind, actually, please, in the comments when we're done here, just put in links to where people can get in touch with you, or if you have stuff that they can look at, and all that kind of whatever we can do to help promote yourself. Sure. That's what we're doing, right? So.
Okay.
Perfect, awesome. Rob. Thank you so much.
Sure, it was a pleasure.
All right. I look forward to connecting with you again.
We will soon, I'm sure.
All right,
Take
my
care.
friend. Be safe.
You too.
Well, that was the amazingly talented and loquacious Rob Timick. We take a really quick break right now so I can go see a man about a porcelain throne, and then we'll be back with some more stuff. Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Ruin Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and efficient services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1 to 4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para-Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall. Well, I said we'd be right back, and there we were. Look at that. All right, I want to very quickly jump over to a song that was submitted to me by the 519 Band. They are a local band here in Windsor, big blues band. They competed down in Memphis for the Road to Memphis Blues Challenge. That I believe Michael McCann was instrumental in that in the Canada South Blues Society. They did send it to me, so I definitely want to play it for you, and then we'll see if we have time for a tune before our final guest, and if not, we got time after. So, and there's Rob Shepley with another request, an awesome request. Can you play One of My Turns? Oh, maybe I'll look it up. That one's super high. Yeah, the dynamics in that is amazing. All right, let me see what I can do. In the meantime, this is the 519 Band with a song called Blues in My Soul.
To the Mississippi, I fell down on my knees. I reached down in that muddy water, begging, begging, please, Lord, I'm traveling down to Memphis. There's some blues down in my soul, yeah. But the leaders Canada South, find out what it's all about on down the road.
Oh, heck yeah. That's some blues down in my soul after listening to that. Good Lord. Awesome stuff. All right. Well, I've got a message into my last guest, but I don't see him online, and I don't see him answering me. So I'm going to play this tune. We're going to try this, Rob. Jeez, no. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Some Pink Floyd off the wall. Day after day, love turns gray, like the skin of a dying man. Night after night, we pretend it's alright, but I have grown colder and you have grown older, and nothing is very much fun anymore. And I can feel one of my turns coming on. I feel cold as a razor blade, tight as a tourniquet, dry as a funeral drum. To the bedroom, in the suitcase on the left, you'll find my favorite acts. Don't look so frightened, this is just a passing phase, one of my bad days. Would you like to watch TV, or get between the sheets, or contemplate the silent freeway? Would you like something to eat? Would you like to learn to fly? Would you like to see me try? Oh, no. Would you like to call the cops? Do you think it's time I stopped? Why are you running away? I don't know. It's from the wall. It's difficult, man. There's so many songs that require that David Gilmour guitar. You know, really. All right. Well, I'm going to err on the side of caution here and just give this chap a shout and see if he answers. It is 10:30. It is the agreed upon time, which as clearly we've all seen to me means nothing. So let's see. Let's see if he answers. And if not, hey, we've got a whole lot of time to do whatever we want. Perfect. In which case, I invite you all to stack your requests in the comments. I'm getting rings here, but I'm not getting any answers. Call failed. Unreachable. Well, let's try it one more time. We'll see what happens. Alrighty. Well, hey, Rob. I'm glad you had fun. I had fun too. It's always nice to reconnect with friends. I'm not getting an answer from my last guest. I am sad. Unreachable. Okay, well, I will. I have left him a message. He's seen that I've tried to call him twice, so hopefully we'll get something back. I don't know. In the meantime, let's do this. Kind of a slow tune. That's okay. I love it. We can slow things down for a little bit. Where's the Jocelyn? Every time you catch me. No woodblock. I know. All right. This is a lovely tune, though. This is a lovely tune. We get to be back to the introspective piano player now. But we can do a woodblock kind of thing for this. Oh, yeah, I could play one of my originals. We could do that too. Thanks, Julie. Sorry. There we go. All right, well, let's do this one first. Woodblock for sure in this one. All right, here we go. She was morning and I was nighttime. One day woke up to find her lying beside my bed. I softly said, "Come take me." For I've been lonely and in need of someone, as though I'd done someone wrong somewhere, but I don't know where. I don't know where it come lately. You are the sun, I am the moon. You are the words, I am the tune. Play me. Song she sang to me, song she bring to me, words that rang in me, rhyme that sprang from me, warm the night. What was right became me. You are the sun, I am the moon. You are the words, I am the tune. Play me. Well, my guest actually responded to me. So nice. Awesome. He's like, is it too late? It's never too late, Dave. It's never too late. Never too late. All right, let's just see if we can get him on the line here. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to do some of that in honor of the Miley Cyrus butchering of "Wish You Were Here." All right, I've got him on the line. I haven't got him live yet. I'm just wondering if I can get him to turn his camera sideways so that we can get some nice widescreen video. That would be fantastic. Awesome, perfect, brother. Thank you so much. And I'm going to switch him off of the empty room cam into the face cam, so he has at least an idea of who he's talking about. Now, I want to set this up a little bit. This is a fellow who I have no idea who this guy is. We met because he jumped on the comments on one of the live streams and said, "What is he streaming with?" And I didn't know how to answer that question at the time, and I got back to him, and he does a live stream which I believe is far more successful than the one that I'm doing right now, and I could stand to learn a bunch of stuff from him, I'm sure. But I just wanted to get a perspective on somebody else that's doing some live streaming right now. So here we go. I am going to bring over Dave Finns, who now has his own thing, Finns Nation, and it's now Wrapped Media is the new thing that he's got, and I want to bring him on right now. Dave, are you there, my friend?
Yes, I'm here. How's it going?
It's going very well, thank you. I apologize that my setup tonight is a little sloppy, but we're here nonetheless.
Hey, I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear, man.
Good. And it's funny because we met because I saw in the comments, you originally when you came in, you were posting about, what kind of software am I using to do this and so on and so forth. And then you left before I was able to answer you, but I tracked you down anyway. And I said, this is what I'm doing. And, if I could help you in any way. And then I listened to some of what you were doing, and man, it was absolutely fantastic. So, talk to me a little bit about Finns Nation and this new wrapped media thing that you're doing, and tell me a little bit about your live cast.
Yeah, so I'm actually a hip hop musician myself, and I spent the last 3 years pretty much networking like an absolute monster, traveling back and forth to LA, to Atlanta. I've been everywhere. I'm from Hamilton, Ontario in Canada. So, people don't really travel much where I'm from, you know what I mean? But so me going out to these places, it gave me the opportunity to network with a lot of people and build my connection base and broaden my horizons with all these different types of artists and musicians in that network. So when I came back, I was actually out there and Trudeau said he was closing the borders. So he's like, you got to come home. So I came back and I'm sitting in my house in quarantine. Like, what the heck am I going to do? You know what I mean? So yeah. I picked up a Bluetooth speaker and my laptop, and I started filming on Facebook Live and reviewing people's music that they send to me. So I'll play it. I'll let them know what I think about it and what I think they could work on. If it does need any type of work. Pardon? Yeah. Just sorry. I have my wife in the background. She's trying to. Oh, tell him this. She's excited. We both built this. We both built this together. She jumped on the lives with me, and people fell in love with her as well. But yeah, so the lives really took off. We got 500 views the first night, 2,000 views the second night, 5,000 views the third night, and then we're up to like 10,000 views a night. Going on strong now. So I took all of that momentum and I found a partner that I'm with now, and he invested in building us a huge studio. He owns a vinyl shop. He wraps vinyl. He puts the vinyl wraps on cars.
Okay. Yep.
So we're in his vinyl shop and above he has an awesome office that we renovated, and we made it into like a podcasting studio. So I just posted my episode. I just got finished for the night, and my episode is on my wall right now. So you guys can check that out at Let's Talk with Finns on Facebook. But yeah, so it's really cool. It got me really motivated to keep sharing other artists' music. See, I wanted to always share my music, and I noticed that I wasn't really getting that much interaction. I had 10,000 followers on Instagram. I had 5,000 followers on Facebook, but I still wasn't getting so much interaction.
Yeah.
So I totally just switched the vibe and started sharing everybody else's music. And all of a sudden, I just got so much interaction and so much love from the culture and from the community. So I just kept doing it, and we built the studio, and we're live, baby.
Yeah, you know, and part of it we gotta, you know, I mean, kudos to you for recognizing immediately that, you know, this is something that's viable and that's something that's going to work. But I mean,
Yeah.
when you really think about it, how amazing is the time that we live in right now, where we can have an idea like, you know what, I feel like I should set up some kind of mobile live, or you know, a live streaming
Yep.
remote studio, and within a matter of days. Oh my God, we have the technology
Huge.
at our fingertips. It's amazing, right? And it
Yep.
fundamentally changes the way that we're able to deliver our product to people.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it really does. It really does. And like a lot of people don't realize this, but like the whole world is paused right now. The whole world's on pause. And it's giving chances for people like me and for people like you and other musicians and social media enthusiasts and you know, all these different types of anything. Like even my wife, she's doing live feeds and helping people with mental health and counseling.
oh, no kidding.
And yeah, and it's doing really well too. So, you know, so that things like that, it's giving a chance for people like us to move forward while the whole world is paused.
Yeah,
You know, so it just depends on how you look at it. You know what I
absolutely.
mean?
You know, you raise a great point there, because what we've tried to do in this program as well is that we've tried to ask people to change their phrasing, right? So
Yeah.
a lot of people say, "Oh man, this sucks. I'm stuck at home," and you're like, "No, why don't you think about it that you're safe at home?" You know,
Yes,
start to
exactly.
flip that narrative in your head, and then you can do things like, "Man, I got all this. I got, you know, I'm stuck here. I got all this time. I don't know what to do with." No, do what you did, where you're like,
Exactly.
how do I turn this time into an opportunity to create something that will make what I want to do even better? You know,
Yep.
and we've all got that opportunity. We've all got that thing that we just need to find within ourselves to do it. And I think, you know, hearing success stories like yours certainly, you know,
Yeah.
gives us the motivation that we need, that, you know, yeah, you absolutely can do it. And you don't need to be, you know, a big player in the
No,
game.
you don't.
You know, the technology levels the playing field for everybody, right?
Yeah. That's one of the biggest things, like one of the most motivational things I've ever watched is a clip from Steve Harvey. And it's called "You Gotta Jump." And he stops the show from Family Feud. It's a commercial break, and he goes off on the crowd on this whole thing called "You Gotta Jump," and it was the most inspirational thing I've ever seen in my life. In a nutshell, it pretty much just means everybody's born with a gift, no matter what it is. It could be cutting grass, cutting hair, music, basketball. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't have to be singing and sports and being a celebrity. It doesn't have to be that. It could be anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're standing on the cliff of life, all right, and you see all these people coasting by with their parachutes and they're just coasting through life, buying houses, buying cars, buying this, buying that, and you're still standing on that cliff of life wondering, why am I not like that? It's because you haven't jumped yet. And everybody has this gift, no matter what. Steve Harvey says he knew a guy. He was always like, "Hey, come out with us Friday night." He's like, "No, I got to wake up and cut Mrs. Johnson's grass in the morning." The guy now owns a $4 million a year landscaping company. You know what I mean? He just
Yeah.
took his gift at a young age and jumped. You know what I mean? So you just got to jump. Take what you guys have in your life. Take your gift right now. Right now is the perfect opportunity to build a business and build something that you can market online when everybody is at home.
That's right.
You know, so just get to them.
It's the perfect point. Right now you have the time to sit back and you're not worried about making widgets 40 hours a week, and so now you can
Yep.
you can think about, you know, hey, there's that novel I've always wanted to write, or that song I've always
Exactly.
wanted to produce, or an instrument I've always wanted to learn, or I've always wanted to do yoga, or whatever it is that you
Yep.
that fuels your passion. You know, I can't remember, I think it was Socrates that said, the measure of a society's greatness is its leisure time, right? What it does with
Leisure
itself
time.
in its leisure time. And the
Yep.
thing is that if you can turn the thing that you do for leisure into something that can sustain you, you will win for the rest of your life. You know,
Yep.
that's just a given.
Yeah, like I even started like making money on my live feeds too. Like I didn't expect that, but people just started sending me e-transfers and PayPals to donate and to skip the line. You know, so
Yeah.
like I have a huge lineup and like some nights I made over $100 just skipping lines and getting donations. So it's starting to bring in an income for me too. And it's something that I started with a iPhone 6 and a Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's somewhat the same as, going back to, esoterically anyway, is the same thing as going back to when Apple Computer started, right? It was just two guys who didn't know
in a garage.
Yeah, who didn't know enough to say no, or who didn't have anybody to say no to them, and they didn't know enough to think that what they were doing wasn't going to work. So they just had an idea, they did it, and before you know it, they were multi-billionaires, right? It's the same
Yes, exactly.
same kind of thing.
And that literally started out of a garage.
Absolutely. When you talk about this concept of the jump, right? And that it helped motivate you, and I think that's fantastic. And I think you're 100% correct. I think that the thing that holds a lot of people back, though, is the fear, right? Because here's the difference, right? Or the way that I look at it, right? It's like I'm in technology, so I always go back to a technology analogy.
It's a safety thing.
For sure. But it's also it's because as adults, right? As adults, we understand the concept of failure, and we understand the harmful effects sometimes that failure can have on us, right?
Yeah.
Kids, on the other hand, kids don't see anything but opportunity.
Yeah.
They'll take a running jump right off that cliff. They're not afraid to do it.
For sure.
So what advice can you give to somebody like, let's say myself, who's standing at the edge of the cliff, and I just don't really know what to do, and I'm not really sure, and I'm a little afraid because I can see there's rocks down there, and if I fall and my chute doesn't open, I'm going to die.
My advice, honestly, to you is jump. No matter what, just jump, because your parachute's not gonna open right away, and I promise you that. I promise you your parachute will not open as soon as you jump off that cliff. You're going to fall. You're going to break your legs. You're going to scrape your knees. You're going to get bruised. You're going to go through the worst of the worst before your parachute opens. But one day, if you keep pushing at what you're doing and you want to do it, and you find ways to make it lucrative, and you find ways to make your soul happy, then your parachute's going to open no matter what. And you're going to start coasting because you jumped. And I promise you, I'm not really a big believer in God. I am to a point where my family is super religious on my mom's side. So I grew up around it. And I do have some sort of belief that there's a higher power out there that's guiding us through life. But that higher power will not let you fail if you jump. It won't. There's no way. And if it's God that you believe, God will not let you fail. God will not let you fail at anything you try, or else you wouldn't be standing here right now telling me about all this. You know what I mean? God will not let you fail.
Right.
So if you just take that jump and keep pushing and keep grinding and keep keep consistency. Consistency is the number one thing. You can't just have those days where it's like, oh, well, I'm not going to do it today because, I don't feel like it's going to be successful. No. You have to stay on the grind, and I promise your parachute will open one day.
Yeah, and I think that that's a double-edged sword, though, don't you think? At some point, when we start attributing this to that whatever this thing is out there, label it however we want, that it won't let us fail. The danger there, though, isn't it that you can say, well, I also don't necessarily have to have a plan, and I don't have, because I'm just going to throw myself off the cliff, and whatever happens, happens, and that's the end of the story. So you still have to be, like you said, you have to apply yourself and be responsible.
Everything takes hard work and planning, no matter what.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you to say, hey, I'm a barber now and jump off the cliff.
Yeah.
Everything does take planning. You have to be sure on what you're doing. You have to have the knowledge behind what you're doing. You can't just be you have to have some sort of skill or gift at what you're doing.
Believe yourself.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
There's my wife. Yeah, she's like, you just have to believe in yourself, and it's true.
You do, and
I think even no matter how hard you believe in yourself, you're right. Even if you believe you're the best rapper in the world, it doesn't mean you are. And if you jump off the cliff thinking you are, you can fail heavily. Yes, you're right.
And I just want to horribly avoid the Jesus take the wheel scenario.
Exactly.
It's like, I surrender everything and just go through.
And that's what I mean. That's why Steve Harvey took that and made it like a religious thing. I try to tell people that because of how powerful that metaphor is, I try to detach God from it. You know what I mean? Because I'm not really a huge believer on
Yeah, yeah.
all that kind of stuff. I'm a Scientologist. You know what I mean? I believe aliens and shit like that. You don't need, that's a whole other conversation.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole right now.
No.
You know,
But as far as taking that leap off the cliff goes, if you know what your gift is and you have a passion for something and you're ready to work as hard as you possibly can at making it happen, then jump, because I promise you, if you don't give up and you just keep going, it will happen for you.
and you know what? At the end of the day, nobody ever sat on their deathbed and went, "Wow, I'm glad I didn't jump." You know,
Yeah,
right? I mean,
exactly.
even if let's look at the worst case scenario. You try
But
something and you may not get the success that you want. You may consider that a failure, but ultimately the success is that you tried something. You lived
exactly.
outside of your comfort zone for a moment. You challenged yourself and you rose to that challenge. And sometimes, the things that we want to do don't succeed because of forces that are beyond our control. Just with the market wasn't
Yep.
ready for what we were doing,
But you'll
or
learn. You'll learn.
100%. And that's what people have to take away from it more so than anything else. It's a bettering of yourself. It's an expanding of your consciousness, and just,
Yeah.
trusting it. It's interesting because there's a real big hip hop scene down here in Windsor that I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah,
but
I've actually been to Windsor before. There was a bar back. This was probably like 10 years ago. We took a party bus out there and we all performed at a bar. I forget what it was called. I think it was called Sound Bar.
the Sand
Did you have
Bar.
a Sand Bar maybe, or
Yeah,
Sound Bar?
there was a Sand Bar. There was, yep.
Yeah, maybe. It was just a little bar. It wasn't like a huge bar or nothing, but it was pretty big. It was a decent bar. But yeah, man, it was a huge show that I did there, and the rap scene was like massive. There was a lot of people at the bar, and like it was pretty good, man.
Yeah, it's actually it's making another kind of cyclical resurgence now. And I had one of the guys on here a couple nights ago, Mailbox. I'm gonna throw on one of his things right after this because you should check him out. He's awesome.
Can you play it right now?
No, because then I'm gonna lose. Yeah, the way I have OBS set up,
Yep,
it's
yep,
weird.
yeah. I know
yeah.
how OBS works, so I was just wondering.
Yeah. Now the stuff that you do, is it strictly just rap and hip hop? Is that the only people that you can kind of look out for?
We tend to play some R&B as well, like but yeah, we pretty much stick to hip hop and R&B. I'm targeting an audience, a specific
Sure.
audience,
Yep.
right? I did this because if you look at like all the big stations like Power 106 or Hot 97, they all do these in-studio interviews with all the biggest artists, and they come on there and they do freestyles and they rap, and then these videos blow up because they're doing interviews with celebs, and it's all the hottest artists in the game that are coming through to these stations. And I'm looking for one in Canada, and they don't have it.
Really?
There's nothing. The Flow 93.5 in Toronto has a studio up there, and they do have artists come in, but it's ghetto looking.
Really?
Like it is. Like 93.5 Studios is ghetto looking, man. My studio is so much nicer. The sound quality is on point. We got all professional equipment done.
Nice.
Like I'm trying to be like that station in Canada where all the artists come through for interviews, and all the celebrities, when they're doing shows in Toronto, they stop in for an interview too.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're great, and you're in a great position right there, or well poised geographically to be able to do that, right? Because you're close to the major market of Toronto. You're also pretty halfway between Toronto and London. And
well, Hamilton gets a lot of big artists that come through and perform at the First Ontario Center, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah. And there's a big hip hop scene here too, so a lot of the hip hop artists they get big artists to come perform here.
Nice.
So like even if it's not 50 Cent, we have artists like Joey Badass, Snack the Ripper, Swollen Members, like a bunch of Akon, MGK has been here. Like a bunch of people have been here. So Noriega, like Nori is one of the biggest artists in hip hop. So, well, he was, right? So yeah, man, that's what I'm gonna start doing, is trying to get them, and then my live review show, that'll be the podcast for the celebrities and stuff like that. But for the live reviews, I'll get upcoming artists to come on and interview.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, not the celebrities. We'll get the upcomers to come up and spit some bars and have some fun. Right?
Absolutely, man. I can't wait to check it out, because I think you're on the right 100% on the right path. I think you recognized that opportunity and you seized it right away. And you know, I apologize if I wasn't able to help you as much as I thought I would.
Hey,
but,
no, man, you gave me some good advice, so thanks.
Cool. Yeah. Well, whatever. I'm happy to try to help if I can. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Seriously.
I want to ask you the same kind of questions that we've been asking all the guests, and really what we're trying to do here with these conversations is, you know, try to find out, you know, how the current situations is impacting you, and clearly in your case you saw it and used it as an opportunity, and you took some positivity out of that, which is great.
Yeah.
But then it's the other things that we all have in common, right? So the first part of this question is, you know, from about a month ago when we could do whatever we wanted to do and we didn't have any restrictions and life was normal, what's the thing that you missed the most from that?
Taking my wife out to dinner.
Well said.
For real. I haven't been to a nice restaurant in months. And I think that's really what's bugging me. I want like a really nice dinner with my wife, man.
Well,
I like to go out. We have 2 kids, so we don't get to go out much, you know, and when we go out for dinner, that's our only time to get away. And I'm so busy with the station now and with my music before that we barely even get to go out in the first place. So
yeah.
Now that once or 2 times or 3 times a month we go out is canceled, and it's like, you know.
Yeah.
We can still go for drives and whatnot and do that, but I like taking my wife to a restaurant, you know, and I haven't had a nice big steak dinner at a restaurant in a while. And
yeah, for sure.
You know,
for sure.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Man, I don't really miss society that much. I'm actually liking being away from people, man. I don't really like too many people, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of people are negative, and a lot of people have a negative look on life, and I don't let that saturate how I feel, you know, and I don't let that persuade my feelings. And it's kind of hard when you're in a group of people that are all negative and it starts rubbing off on you, and it's like, man, I got to get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely. You know,
I'm liking the silence.
I want to circle back to that in a second, right after the other question then, I guess, is, you know, as we found ourselves having to become more of an isolationist or more of a recluse, right? We're forced to be in our homes, and luckily for you, you've got somebody to share this time with, but not everybody does. Have you found something that, to your surprise, has brought you comfort or joy in the fact that you've had to be kind of isolated?
Yeah, spending more time with my son, man, my 2-year-old. He was just born 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, and that's when I really started like taking off with my music and doing really good with my music and going to LA and Atlanta for these awards and stuff like that. So I haven't really got to watch him grow up every day, and you know, I've missed a lot of milestones, and you know, it kind of wears down on you as a dad, right? Like I try to be there so much for him, as much as I possibly humanly can, and you know, it kind of makes me sad sometimes thinking about it. But now that it's quarantine, I'm here every morning he wakes up. I'm here every single day. I've spent so much time with him, and he's just fallen in so much love with me, and like it's just the best feeling in the world. So that's what I'd say.
That's awesome. That's
yeah.
You know, that you know, to be honest, that is the number one answer, right? Is that people are saying that, you know, spending more time with their families, or they're rediscovering the joy that they had with these people that were such, you know, an important part of their lives. But you know, it's an excellent.
Yeah, because you kind of start losing. Like I kind of started feeling like I was losing that connection with him. You know what I mean?
For sure.
I didn't think it was. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I would wonder, like, will he miss me if I'm gone even now? You know. But now it's like I can't even leave the room after the last couple months, you know, and he's like, yeah.
It's a great feeling, but you know, it actually makes you appreciate, I don't know if this is in your wheelhouse of music at all, but you know, Harry Chapin wrote a song called Cats in the Cradle, right? Which is, it's about exactly that. It's about
cats in the cradle and a silver spoon.
You got it, man. That's the whole message behind the song, is that we're so busy trying to lead our lives and trying to avoid, the parachutes or whatever, that we let all this life pass us by without recognizing it, and then it becomes a
100%.
self-perpetuating cycle. His son has the same thing, and his son has the same thing, and
A
ad
100%.
infinitum. I want to ask you this because you're a creative guy. You have your music.
You don't mind if I smoke one on film, do you?
No, I was going to say I got to figure out a way for the internet to deliver me one now. That's what. No, because you're a creative guy and you're a writer and sometimes I think that artists we're very emotionally driven people, right? And we tend to wear our hearts on our sleeves. And when we're writing,
I'm a Cancer too.
Okay, when I'll pretend that I know what that means.
Sorry, it's horoscope things.
Gotcha. Okay. I find a lot that when I'm writing, I tend to absorb the energy of my environment. Okay, which is to say that in a time like this when we have so many unanswered questions, so much fear, so much dread, so much despair, so much uncertainty. Do you find that something like that would tend to color your work, or do you use your work as like a shield against those outside influences and try to remain positive through your work?
Meaning like through my music or like through the show?
Yeah. Just speaking as a creative artist right now.
Yeah. Like I really feel that like everything around me adds to it. I don't try to deflect it in that way. Like earlier I was telling you, like when I'm out in public places, like my mom always told me a good thing in life. You have 2 ears and a mouth for a reason, because you're supposed to listen more than you talk, right? So as much as I would like to tell all these negative people around me and all this negative talk around me and all this social media around me about all this stuff happening, you know what I mean, in the quarantine and all this, as much as I'd like to tell them all to, you know what I mean? I don't, because I listen more. You know what I mean? I'll take it in more. And yeah, of course, that adds to your creative ability. Anything as an artist like that writes music, I believe anything that happens in life, whether it be negative or positive, can add color to your music.
For sure. For sure.
And like I've seen a lot of crazy things that like not a lot, like I live in Canada, like people do get shot here, people do get killed here, of course, but you don't think you would see that kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've seen it, I've seen one of my friends shot right in the head, right in front of my eyes, like I can still smell the fucking gunpowder in my nose. Like it was right in front of my eyes. So even that, people were like, oh, you should go talk to people. You should go talk to somebody. And I said, no, man, like I'm a musician. I'm a creative. I take everything how I see it and I'll use it in a good, positive way in my music. You know what I mean? So no, man, I don't shelter anything or pretend like, no, I absolutely let everything add color to my music.
I think it's, the interesting thing will be is if once this period is over and we go back and say like a year out, we'll ask all these people that are creating songs and creating stuff and we'll see if it's been a much darker period than before, right? That's I think where I was going with that is like in this time of uncertainty and fear, are we tending to write darker material? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. It's just an interesting question.
Honestly, I think it was before all of this. Like it's been getting darker, and especially in hip hop, it's been getting very dark and dumb as well. Nas is one of the best hip hop artists of all time. Nas, Nas. And he had a song called Dumb It Down in the 90s. And he's pretty much telling everybody that you don't need to have all these crazy words in your music, just to dumb it down. And I feel like ever since that song came out, music has just got dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber for the genre of hip hop. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I get
because I don't find that for other genres. I find other genres are getting better with their music. Hip hop is drowning in bad music right now, and it's a problem. It's a disease. People are listening to songs that are literally saying, I just want to die. I just want to die. Push me to the edge. All my friends are dead. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's
I get it.
so negative.
I get it. Yeah.
And it's just bad, man. I'm a very positive, inspirational artist. You know what I mean? I don't ever rap about death and stuff like that. I've even witnessed it, and I've never wrote a song about it.
Well, let me ask you this, and we're going to address the elephant in the room here, and you know, don't take this the wrong way, and don't think that I'm coming at it from a point of view where I don't like hip hop and I don't like rap and all that kind of stuff, right? It's just
that's fine.
It's the elephant in the room question, and that is that, you know, a lot of times when you listen to a lot of the lyrics in these songs, there's a real element of misogyny or bigotry that happens, and I find it interesting that, you know, I've been to a few of these rap shows, and I've seen, like, you know, that the rappers are there with their girlfriends, and some of the stuff that they're saying when they're performing, I just look over and I'm like I don't understand how
are you with this guy?
Yeah, like from a feminist or from a woman's point of view, how do you I don't get it. Is it just because
you're talking about like you know, like how rappers are always like just being like nasty towards women, like
yeah, and I'm not saying that it's everybody, and I'm not saying that, you know, but there it certainly seems to be a predominant, you know
what I think that is? I think it's the record labels, and a lot to do with what sells. You know what I mean? Like, see, everybody knows sex sells, right? So they just push it heavily on that, and you get a big booty girl in your video and you talk about that kind of crap. It's just selling, you know what I mean? So that's not hip hop. That I don't find that to even be like, that's not real hip hop to me, you know what I mean? That's just some guy up there cursing at a woman, you know what I mean? That's not to me, hip hop is a story about somebody's life experiences that they went through. Yeah. And if you're trying to tell me that you actually treat women like that and you're rapping about it, then you got a problem, man. You got an issue.
Yeah. I get it. And I wonder if you look at it the same way like I would look at something like, you know, like a real bubblegum pop song, right? And I look at that and go, that's not representative of the kind of music that I write. You know, so I think it's the same thing. It's like, yeah, we're writing this cheesy pop shit because somebody in an office somewhere said that's the stuff that sells. So write more of that stuff. Okay. Yeah. And again, you know, no disrespect meant to the genre or anything, but it's it's one of those things that
and you're not the only person out there that has that look on the genre either. You know what I mean? The whole world looks at hip hop like that. Why do you think that we're not allowed performing in big clubs and big arenas? Like in Toronto, the city that's like not even far from you can't perform hip hop at clubs there anymore. There's only one club. It's called the Smiling Buddha. You know, unless you're a signed artist, unless you're like a big label artist, right? Then yeah, you can perform in Toronto. But these clubs don't allow local hip hop shows anymore because of all the stuff happening around it and the stigma around the genre.
And it's weird because it seems like that's just part and parcel of the culture, right? But you would think that, like, I don't know. For me, there are quite a few, at least at the shows that I've been to. And again, it's not my primary genre of music, so I don't, you know, it's not something that I go out of my way to see necessarily.
That's fine.
But the shows that I have seen, I've been really amazed at the amount of people that are using it as a vehicle for a message of positivity.
Yeah.
Or a message of empowerment. You know, where I think it can be, because originally, the way that I understand it, you know, originally the real rap that came out when it was first getting developed was a form of protest. It was a form of a protest song, right? It was basically
that's exactly what it was. It was like fight the power type shit.
Right, and you know, it was basically like the updated version of Bob Dylan. You know, if you really get down to it, or Woody Guthrie, right? It was just Woody Guthrie with a backbeat. And I think if we could maneuver it back to that, we would get so much more credibility out of that genre.
Oh yeah,
you know.
Anyway. And you're 100% right, man. That's why a lot of older rappers that are quite old enough to quit. So like, you know, my age, like 32, 35. These are the guys that are still trying to keep music alive, I think. I still know plenty of rappers out there that aren't switching everything to reverb and auto tune. You know what I mean? Are
Yep.
still
Yep.
keeping that boom bap style, which I think is hip hop. That's the concrete foundation of hip hop is boom bap styles, right?
Yep.
So I love that they're trying to keep that alive, but it's just this new wave is so strong and so powerful, and there's so many kids now that you know it's like all the kids are 15 and up now, so it's like
Yeah.
it's just drown music. It's true, hip hop's kind of dying out, man, and it's kind of like it's I call it like rock what do we call it, rock rap, like heavy metal rap. That's like what it's turning into, pop rap.
Yeah.
Pop rap, that's what I call it. Pop rap.
It's like me, you know, I came from you know, my early days in music were from the punk era, right? And then I looked at the same thing and I saw the Green Days of the world coming out and I went, that's not punk.
Yeah.
That's pop
Yeah.
punk. That's something else
It
entirely.
literally looks like the lead singer of Green Day. No offense, but it's a black guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
You know, it's crazy. They're all wearing these like metal rings and these crazy amounts of metal and jewelry on, and these tight little skinny pants, and like all you got to do is put a guitar in their hand, and they look like they're rock and roll.
Yeah, there you go. It's
Right.
rap slash, and then you know, the other side of the poster, he's the alt rocker there.
Right?
David, it's been really awesome to chat with you. I want to thank you so
100%,
much,
man.
so much.
You know, I wish you the best of luck with your show, man. You have a great voice for singing. I don't know if I don't know if you're in a band or not.
I am. Yeah, I'm in several bands actually. Yeah.
There you go, man. So like, I really hope something happens for you guys, because you got a good voice, and you know, you obviously know what you're doing behind the production and the sound equipment and all that, and that's a big thing to know in the music world. And
yeah,
I don't know how hard you're pushing on your music right now, but man, like if you just keep going and keep grinding and you keep doing these shows, man, and you want your parachute to open for this lifestyle, and I promise you, man, you'll do great. And you know, and I don't know how much you care about it. To me, it looks like you have a pretty good setup already in life. I don't know if how well off you are in life or not, but you know, it's something that you obviously are passionate about. So just keep chasing it, man, and try to just do whatever you can. What's your band called? I'm gonna look it up.
Well, we don't really have anything online yet, so.
Oh, okay, cool.
I am in a band. I'll put the link in the comments. I'm in a cover band and a tribute band, but I do have a couple of albums worth of original stuff that has been on the back burner for the last 25 years. So, this is the time that I'm trying to, you know, funnel all that creativity into getting it actually produced.
Why don't you just re-record all of it?
Well, that's the plan, right? But the problem is all that costs money. So it's getting you know, and the other problem too is that, you know, I'm not a pop guy. So the stuff that I write, I mean, I think it's catchy, and you know, there's plenty of other people that think it's catchy, but it's hard. It's hard to get a band to stick around it because it's, you know, it's sometimes it's a little esoterically different. Whatever. Anyway, I'm unloading my life's problems on you right now, which is not.
It's good, man. It's good. I'm just trying to wonder, man, because I heard you singing and you have a good voice. So just keep going. Anyway, that's my whole message to you: is just keep going and keep grinding, man.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. And listen, I'm really glad that we ended up becoming at least Facebook friends, and I look forward to if you ever come back down to Windsor to do a show, man. I'd love to, you know,
100%,
shake your 100%. Hand and buy you a beer or a pop or whatever it is.
No, I'll have a beer. I'll have a fucking beer.
Awesome, brother. Fantastic. Well, I want to put on this video right when we're done here for Mailbox, just so you can check him out, because he's
man. I'm gonna stay on and I'll listen.
Awesome, man. I appreciate that so much.
No problem, man. You guys have a wonderful night.
All right. It's been awesome to chat with you, brother. Take care.
Yeah, you too, buddy.
Well, there we had Mr. Dave Finns. What a nice guy. Just an upstanding guy. Awesome. Well, I want to put this video on right now. This is my Mailbox. This is the Storm Will Pass, which I believe is a new track that he sent to me. just because he's also such a great guy, and I'd like to surround myself with great people. So anyway, here's a little bit of Windsor hip hop stuff coming your way, Dave.
The storm will pass. The storm will pass. I'm not cocky, but I have a bit of confidence. I put 100 pennies in a jar, call that common sense. Things are getting loony, I ain't talking about bugs. They're lighting up the socket, not talking about plugs. I'm looking with my eyes closed to see a brighter future. Go fuck around with snakes, cause they might seduce ya. Chilling on the princess head, I'm calling that Medusa. Turning over stones, heading back into the future. Just like DeLorean, people running around on some light speed. Careful where you look or it could turn into a fight scene. People getting greedy, hoarding up the stock. Eventually, they be putting borders on their block. No one in and out unless you got a pass. In a temperature of 96 degrees, just make sure you wear a mask. Don't touch nothing, cause everything is tainted. I wish this was a picture that I painted, but it's real life. The storm will pass. Like 100 others, people hiding under covers. To the sisters and the brothers and the fathers and the mothers. The storm will pass. Like 100 others, people hiding under covers. To the sisters and the brothers and the fathers and the mothers. Cause it always gets worse before it gets better. But the media is holding us with this tether. So turn the screen off and look inside your yard. Take a moment to just stare up at the stars. The universe is vast and we are just a little speck made of molecules and atoms. If I am correct, and the science is in motion to create a little potion. Who knows just what it is, or if it is just what we're hoping. I'm talking about a vaccine. Yeah, we can live inside of that dream. But we need to wake up and realize that some of this is made up. And there's so much fear we don't really know what to be afraid of. Cause we all get sick and play that little game. There's people putting poison in their veins. We're built to survive. But sometimes we just run out of time. But the storm will pass. Like 100 others, people hiding under covers. To the sisters and the brothers and the fathers and the mothers. The storm will pass. Like 100 others, people hiding under covers. To the sisters and the brothers and the fathers and the mothers.
Well, there you had a little bit from Windsor's own hip hop scene. That was Mailbox with The Storm Shall Pass, or Storm Will Pass. I don't know why I always want to say shall. I'm just I'm a classical language guy, I guess. Well, there you go, Mr. Dave Finns. I hope you enjoyed that. And you can check out Mailbox's stuff just on YouTube if you want. He's got a lot more. That's just one of the brand new ones that he sent me, that he's been kind of playing around with in this time of isolation. All right. Well, I feel like I want to do something on my own now. Dave's inspired me to play one of my songs, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to play the one that I'm done a couple of times now. I can throw a quick beat behind it, and obviously not the whole band, but we'll get there. Let's see.
tails are chasing us. We wag the dog until the kingdom comes. So unsure of the trail he's chasing there, we're not sure who we take our orders from. And going nowhere. Oh, you know that we're going in style. And I'm on the road to nowhere with rest stops and amusements at every mile. We think ourselves a human garden, precious seeds for some master plan. But the way that we're going, and the weeds are choking, we're running out of arable land. And we're going nowhere. Oh, you know that we're going in style. And we're on the road to nowhere with rest stops and amusements at every mile.
Woo! There we go. The song changes every time I play it. Oh, my goodness. Julie Marentat, that's a lot of emoticons. I don't know what all those mean. There's looks like there's a party favor in there. There's some kind of lizard at the end. What is that, a lizard? A comet? I'm not even sure what that is. All I can say is those weed gummies better be pretty good. Oh, thanks, Jocelyn. Well, now what are we going to do? Now what are we going to do? Again, I feel like this whole night has just been really weird for me because I came into the show in a state of unpreparedness, and it bugs me so much when I do that, and it throws off the rhythm of the rest of the show for me. You know, I don't know if people out there can relate to it, but if I don't come in with grounded and ready to go, I just feel like I'm chasing my tail for the whole thing, and then everything just blah blah blah. Can I play Blackbird? No, I can't actually. I'm not trying to be rude either. I can't play it. It's one of those guitar songs that I never learned. Unfortunately. You like the original stuff? Okay, well we can do we can do another original tune if you want. Maybe something that I haven't done before. Well, learn it, says Julie. All right, let's do one more original tune then. Just trying to think of which one. I want to try pantomime. It's got a couple different beats in it. Let's see. What the hell? Let's try it. We're among friends here. We're among friends. So that's the first beat, and the second one's going to have a snare in it. Okay, this might work. It's got to have woodblock, I know. Got to have woodblock. All right, let's get some woodblock in there. It's not bad. All right, but I must pull up words for it. That's the real detriment here. In the meantime, here's the woodblock theme song for you. Oh. It is sort of pleasant just to listen to this. Maybe we'll just listen to the rest of the show. It'll just be the woodblock. We're slowly getting there. See, something else I wasn't prepared for. And I don't have my own music readily available. How dumb is that? And if Google Drive wouldn't just be such a jerk. Like, I don't know why it takes it so long to open a folder. I really don't. It's a great woodblock loop, though. I'm really enjoying it. Oh, here we go. Finally, it opens up. All right, so I can drag this over here. Here in the ultra professional program. All right. So this song is going to get me out of the well. This song is called The Age-Old Pantomime. It's about that point where you are stuck in something that you're not sure what's happening, and so you're just kind of miming your way through it and trying to figure out what happened exactly. That how did we get here, I guess. You may find a completely different interpretation for it. I feel like maybe we should do this on guitar.
And so I see we're speaking. How nice to hear my voice. And we're such vocal creatures. Was there ever any choice? I came from secret places where silent is the night, in search of brighter spaces to drink my fill of light. And you can take these eyes of mine. What a hopeful game we'll play and trade our steps in time in a dance we must obey. Learn your routines well. We see that I've learned mine. We'll grace this weathered floor in the age-old pantomime. As long as we are speaking of things we've tried to hide, and it's a one-way conversation, so you can't say that I have never tried. And I'll speak and you shall listen. Watch tables quickly turn. You'll get a word in edgewise, and I'll ignore you just for fun. And you can take this love of mine. What a wasteful game we'll play, and who knows what we'll find of life in this decay. Prey on simple things too often left behind. We'll pace this weathered floor in the age-old pantomime. But I'm glad that we're still speaking, 'cause it's lonesome without a word. And I think you'll take it kindly if I offered up my world, and you'll chart these busy waters, so mindful of the rocks that you won't see the ocean that lies beyond the docks. And you can take this life of mine. What a simple game we'll play, too often stuck in time to go further on our way. Anchors can no more hold us or our kind in this graceless weather floor in the age-old pantomime. Oh.
That song would do so much better with an actual guitar player. I need to learn it on piano. Because piano, at least I'm semi-competent on. So it'd be like Next time we'll do it on piano. We'll do it on piano. That's one of those ones. It's really wordy, and it needs a guitar solo and a bridge in there and all that kind of stuff. And see, I need my band. I need a band to help me make my visions a reality. Alrighty. Well, Sean Fathers asked for "Wish You Were Here" to assuage. Apparently, I guess Miley Cyrus did a cover version of it that it's like 50% divided right now. Some people are saying it was fabulous. Some people are saying it was terrible. I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know what side of that line to land on yet. But let's do it because it's a simple song.
So you think you can tell heaven from hell, blue skies from pale? Can you tell a green field what gold steel red? A smile from a veil. Do you think you can tell? Did they get you to trade your heroes for ghosts, hot ashes for trees, hot air for a cool
The Finata. Got to do it. I love this song too. I love this song. I did it once with Jim. I can't remember who suggested it. Somebody suggested it, and it's so great. This we can do a beat for sure. We're going to do this on piano, I think. Gosh darn it. To everything turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. And a time to every purpose under heaven. A time to be born, a time to die, a time to plant, a time to reap. A time to kill, a time to heal, a time to live, a time to weep. To everything turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. And a time to every purpose under heaven. A time to build up, a time to break down, a time to dance, a time to mourn, a time to cast away stones, a time to gather stones together. To everything turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. And a time to every purpose under heaven. A time of love, a time of hate, a time of war, a time of peace, a time you may embrace, a time to refrain from embracing. To everything turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. And a time to every purpose under heaven. A time to gain, a time to lose, a time to rend, a time to sow, a time to love, a time to hate, a time of peace. I swear it's not too late. Well, I want to try this one. I normally do this one without a beat, but I want to try a beat behind it just because it's getting to the end of the show. I'm game. Let's tune.
How the new day rises.
All right, Tech 2674. Who are you? Who are you? I demand to know your real name. Aw, thank Jocelyn. We'll do one more. It's another original. Haven't played this one before. We're not going to do a beat for it or anything. It's just going to be nice and subtle on the piano. I got to learn how to play it on the piano for a second.
Gentle drawing of breath, then we'll leave every morning with a welcoming smile as we lose all our fear of darkness and be grateful a while.
Not exactly right. I'll tell you what. I will play the actual recording of that. How about that? Yeah. I think I will. And then we'll call it a night. Gosh, I keep knocking this. All right. So for those people who don't know this, this song was written for my daughter when we discovered that she had cystic fibrosis, and it was really it was a song of fear, really, because we didn't know what was happening, and all the stuff we were getting was just this really negative news, and it was terrifying, to be perfectly honest with you. We didn't know what was happening, and anyway, I got the concept of this thing like a lullaby, where you sing these things to your children to kind of get them to calm down and go to sleep, but this was like a lullaby turned nightmare for us, and so that's sort of where it came from, I guess. I guess doing a really bad job of explaining it, because I'm trying to do all these other things at the same time, like find a picture that I want to use as the output of this, and my computer is just being a pig right now. There we go. We'll see how fast I can pull this up. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. If you want to hear this song, this is an original tune that I just played, but the demo recording of it. So if you would like to hear it, then you can stick around. As soon as I find a gosh darn photo that I can use here. See, now I'm getting pretentious. All right, we're going to use this photo. It's the closest thing that I can find quickly. We're going to do a quick save this image as. And then, I'm just so looking forward to going to sleep and having this night be over. I came from a state of unpreparedness, and it just bugs me. Anyway, this song is called The Lullaby, and I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy the recording of it. It's a demo recording, but you'll get a little better idea of what it's all about. Please stick around and check it out. I hope you will. If not, we will see you tomorrow. We got more exciting guests tomorrow. I promise to be more on my toes tomorrow as well, and not be such a whatever's happening here. I can't even find the words. There you go. That's where we're at, folks. So we'll end this the same way we end everything else. Be kind, be gentle to each other, be human. It takes no extra effort to act that way. So take the path of least resistance. Thank you to my guests. Thank you to everybody who was here tonight and gave us some suggestions on what to play. And we'll see you tomorrow. Here is The Lullaby. Nope, that's not the version we're going to play. That version is terrible. That's like ref recording audio. I actually have a semi-mixed thing of it somewhere. See, again, so unprepared. All right, here we go. Let's try this one and see how far it gets us. Here we go. Now let's try this one. My God. Oh, Lord.